3, and this is the highest level. There's no more level like this one, because depending on the time, as you know, since you learn UE, once you have the chakra open 100%, and then you learn to the level 5.1, that is how you learn how to use universal energy, and then you go on level 7 special. You know how to use the combined frequencies, 11, 12, and 13. You know how to use energy from the sun in the level 13 plus. You know how to use energy from the stars, and they're all combined with everything that you have learned from the level 7 and higher in universal energy in general. A model in particular. Now in this class, how come I had designed the antenna model
of the translation?
Allowed anyone else to design the antenna model except only those that I authorized to produce them in the past. Actually, know how to use, beside universal energy, beside energy from the sun and the stars, that is the large circle that you receive through the antenna model, the design that you have been practicing and learning. My point here is,
the
universe and beyond the universe, on earth and outside in the universe, we have learned everything. To learn the most powerful energy, are able to solve all of the difficulties from now to the end of the year, and in the year 2005, and we're preparing in order to help mankind in a decade of the 21st century, that for the past recent years sent to you today, are able to use, and today that you know how to use.
Most
powerful energy, beyond energy from the sun, energy from the stars, the combined frequencies, or universal energy. All of these forms are now focused to one point. And to know, from a scientific perspective, the energy, the light from the stars, from the sun, that shine to Earth. It takes a long time for light to travel to Earth. Now we go beyond to another frequencies. The light of the star, of the sun. Now we do not mention about the combined frequency, or on Earth we mention about all the energy around the Earth. So in summary, with everything that I have taught you for the past 14 years, now officially we are using the brain of prehistoric man. Listen carefully now. For that reason, you do not need to do energy transfer starting from now, from this minute.
امروز دیگه نیازی به انتقال انرژی نیست.
Use the brain of prehistoric man. Listen carefully.
گوش کنید.
How to use the brain of prehistoric man? We have used more or less in the use of the energy that I have mentioned to you from each level that you learned in the past, each period that you learned in order to meet the demands.
What's the problem? Apparently when I talk, Dr. Dick is hearing me.
Then the first circle, then the second circle. Now we are doing the third circle, the largest circle. That is the brain of prehistoric man. I want to explain for you the brain of prehistoric man, who that is. That is God. Listen carefully. All of you from the level 3 with the chakra open 100%, and at the final, you know how to use the most powerful energy. That is energy that you have learned up to that, meaning the energy from the stars. Now you have to go beyond that energy. Only in that manner you would be able to solve the problem on Earth and in the universe. If we do not know how to use the brain of prehistoric man, in the case of our body in spirit unity to travel out to space, it is so difficult. We are unable to do it. So from this moment, today, after this class, after 3-day class, you would be able to apply using the brain of prehistoric man with everything in the past that you have learned, that you applied. Some of you succeed, some of you did not. Now, whether you succeed or not, you have the same formula that I teach you. You know how to use the brain of prehistoric man. Eventually, You would slowly practice and apply. With the practice, with the apply, you will see the result beyond the imagination of the people on earth and beyond the imagination of all of the students who have gone through the level 13 plus, so that you have an opportunity to really contribute to help mankind at the present time with all of your jobs, in your professions. That is your own business. Whether you want to do it or not, it is up to you. But when you come to learn the brain of prehistoric man, I do not want to say that you have to leave your job, but then with your job, it is up to you to decide. When you apply using the brain of prehistoric man on earth, on this earth, in this universe, there's nothing that can exchange that knowledge. So that you would learn here, I would teach you here, and then you can apply in order to contribute to help other people. How come in the level 11, 12, 13, 13 plus, how come I transfer energy for you, and then when you come officially to the class to use the brain of prehistoric man, there's no more energy transfer. In fact, you would transfer energy contrary to the earth, to the people who are sick, to the body, the spirits of all of the living creatures. We would change in a newest formula so that we are able to solve. With everything that you learned from the past until now, you do not need to use them anymore. With everything that I teach you starting from today, and you apply with the right technique now, because you are using the brain from you use your own brain from the level 13 plus to the past, and a number of you are using the copy of the brain of prehistoric man that I had mentioned to you starting from November 2003 until now, which is about 5 months. A number of you who had accompanied me to AS Rocks, a number of you who accompanied me to go to China until now, all of you, whether you accompany on my trip or to AS Rock, to Europe, to China, but now as you return, all of these people, all the new students who did not have a chance to accompany me in the past, so all of this now you are able to learn. So you know, through my journey as I went to AS Rock, and for my first time I visit China, I was able to receive all of the information to learn 30 years ago. With everything that I received the message about 12 years ago, they are all concentrated to one point that today I share with you everything. So you need to try your best. I also want to remind all of you, in your job, your daily affairs, that is up to your decision. I do not have any comments on that. Whether you continue or you don't continue with your job, that is up to you to decide. But my mission, my responsibility, after 14 years of teaching UE, I wait to this moment so that all of you receive the powerful energy beyond the energy from the side, the sun that you received. So you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man. Through my words, through my lecture, that is the way that you are receiving energy through the journey that you learn until the end of this class. Therefore, the part that you are officially use the brain of prehistoric man, that would change totally everything. I also remind all of you, more than 1,500 of you never ask about the formula of healing. With everything that I have given you in a lecture of the brain of prehistoric man, starting from this time, this moment, do not ask about how to heal stomach or cancer. All of the question on treatment, you leave them aside. Do not ask on that. It doesn't mean that I teach you the brain of prehistoric man that we do not heal, but we have another formula, a different formula now. Everything has changed, so you have to listen carefully, so that you are able to learn and you ask the right questions, so we do not lose time. Now, if you follow me for 14 years, that these are the longest student, or a few of you will follow me 1 or 2 years, and you have gone through all of the levels, all of the formula, the techniques, how you receive and transfer energy, how to apply healing and all the application in the field of science, in the field of space science. More or less, you have learned all of that topics already. So today, in this class, that all of the subject we have to go on to the new subjects. In a new subject that we are allowed from God, who allowed for us to use the brain of God. Regarding whether you want to use more or less on that, it is up to you to decide. About more than 1,500 of you, I teach you the same. I do not give you more or less. You all receive the same information. Therefore, this is your own benefit for your own part. Today, learning this class, it is for you. Whether you do more or less, it is up to you. You use the brain more or less, it is up to you. It is up to your responsibility. My point here is I go direct to the subject so you can understand. Now, God perhaps let us use 100% of the brain of God. Do you believe in God or not? If you believe in God and you use, the more you have faith, the more you use. The less faith you have, the less you use. Listen carefully. That is the purpose. In this class, that the details had revealed to me, God had taught me so that I can show you. I will not keep it for myself, or just for my own self. I do not. I share to all of you with everything that I have learned about the brain of prehistoric man. That is the brain of God. God sent the first man on earth to create all of the living creatures. Me, all of you, all of us, we do not have the ambition to create all of the living creatures, but we are preparing to help mankind. Listen carefully now. Therefore, I want to share with you today, as I have mentioned to you, like in the three circles of the antenna model, we have done 2 circles already, the small and the medium-sized circle. So now we are using the large circle that covers everything. Out in the universe, it doesn't mean that's only covering the earth. Now you listen carefully so you can take notes. In the past, when you receive energy from the light of the stars, so now you listen carefully. You receive energy, the aura, your aura. You have to use. You receive the light of the aura of God, and as God had given to you, allow you to use it. And now I don't want to say that each of you have your own aura, but that aura that God had allowed you to use. All of the way that our limit, our control, we are able to control, whether it is the secondary brain, whether the distraction from the external source, or any form of distraction. Always, you remember, you do not need to pray anyone. You just use the light of the auras of God. You do not need to pray. You just send to anywhere. Listen carefully. Normally you do it once, but if it is important, then you do it 3 times. For example, let's say a person who is sick, let's say on a wheelchair or with leukemia or any form of sickness. For the first time, when you heal that one person, you receive energy from the aura of God. You receive, listen carefully, and you send 3 times to the brain of that person. For the first time when you heal, if these are the severe cases of sickness, listen carefully. Let's say in your collective list, let's say from 2 to infinity, the number of people on your list. The first time you receive energy from the auras of God, and you send to the list 3 times. Receive and send. Receive 2 seconds and send 3 seconds, just like in the case of the energy of a star. But the faster it's the better, because you don't have the way to control the solar cells of the sick people anymore. You don't do that anymore. But now you have done so already. Now I tell you, we are telling them to listen to you, and they listen to you, and so it is for their benefit. And as they benefit, you benefit. Whether they do not listen to you, they will have to, because it is for their benefit. My point here is, from the past until now, you have controlled the soul of these cells. In the past, whether they listen to you or not, now whether they don't listen to you, they will have to, because the soul of the cells, the soul of all the living creatures, listen carefully. So I explain for you one more time. When you transfer energy to heal, let's say, a severe case of sickness, you receive the energy of the light of the auras of God. You send to that person 1, 2, 3 times to the brain of that person. So you can visualize this on the chakra 7 of the person. So at this time, in this level, there's no such thing as a chakras, because you are able to control the soul of the cells. So all of the energy from the light of the auras of God that you send 3 times to that one person, whether that person is a most severe case, who knows, some of you who are handicapped, as you transfer energy 3 times to the one who is severely sick on the first time, the second time on the following days, then from the second day on, you just send energy once, not 3 times. If unintentionally or intentionally, if you use the energy from the auras of God, for the first time you send 3 times, the second time you send 3 times, the person will be really sick. That is your own fault. If you really hate that person and you try to send the energy so that they don't get healed, so instead of the second time you send the energy to that person 3 times, and the third time you send the energy 3 times, and then you would be the one who get exhausted or get sick, and you cannot do it to anyone else. If you know how to use the brain of prehistoric man, we are the lowest. Remember, once you know how to use the prehistoric man, the brain of prehistoric man, you are the one who is totally at loss, and you would be the smallest. Even you are smaller than the soul of the self, lower than anyone else. But then it has the most powerful energy. Listen carefully. I said you listen carefully on this. However, God, whether it is good or bad, God always saves. If you have in your intention to harm others, just like I mentioned to you, if you hate that person, the first day you transfer energy 3 times to that person, the following day you continue to do that 3 times to that person, and then by the 4th day you won't be able to do anything. It is very difficult for you to recover. It takes a long time. That is how you can really help humanity. The brain of prehistoric man, there is no division. From the time when you come to this class to learn about the brain of prehistoric man, you are the smallest person. Your spirit is the smallest one, smaller than the soul of the cells inside our body. Listen carefully. But then we can create all of the living creature. The soul of the cells, they cannot do it. That is the brain of prehistoric man. That's how you can use it. I allow to give you all the freedom of choice without any restriction, any laws. But then you learn up to this level. After 14 years of learning, these are those of you who learn for a long time. Until this moment, you are in the highest level. If you try to destroy it, it is your own fault. I do not need to control you. When you learn the brain of prehistoric man, as I received the message from the deities, I have learned it and I teach you. More than 1,500 of you, I don't need to control each one of you. You listen carefully. And eventually, you will send email to me. You send email to me, or you send letters to me, or you contact me by phone. I won't know whether you violate or not. But I can only help you 3 times. You listen carefully, you take notes. I can only help you 3 times. If unintentionally or intentionally you violate, it is your own business. But for those who violate, I would know. The first time, I will mark it. The second time you violate, I mark it. The third time, I'll mark it. The 4th time, I cannot help you anymore for the fourth time you violate. I do not have any laws or regulation or any conditions. All of this is the way I want to help you to really reach the wisdom. As you accept to come to learn, so you have the capacity to help mankind. It doesn't mean that you try to do the individual healing, so you learn to boast, to be higher than anyone else. As I mentioned to you, when you learn the brain of prehistoric man, that we are using the brain of prehistoric man, meaning your spirit is smaller than the soul of the cells that inside our body. It is really small, but we have everything. But God had allowed us to use the brain of prehistoric man if unintentionally or intentionally you try to destroy that knowledge, that is your own fault. There is no laws, no restriction. You can do it with all your freedom of choice. Whether you do your own job, you can do anything you want. But the most important part is when you use the brain of prehistoric man, you only know how to save and help people, whether that person is the one that harmed your family or that person is the one that harmed you. You just have to help that person. Whether we help, that is our task. Whether that person, what happened to that person, it is up to the responsible spirit that can do it. It is not from your brain. It is not from your doing. Listen carefully. For example, if that person that you really hate, dislike, but since that person had come, that you need to help. Whether that person can benefit or not, it is up to them. Whether they have accident or not, it is up to them. It is not yours, your business. Do not think that you learn the brain of prehistoric man, you help that person, and that person has an accident, and then you feel hurt or you feel discouraged. It is not yours, your doing. Only when you act to harm a person, then you can feel hurt. But if you act to help others, then you should not feel hurt. It is up to their karma, their destiny. When they come to you, you help. Whether the consequence, then it is up to them. Because of the responsible being, we cannot interfere with that. On this, I have taught you in the lower levels already. I just want to share with you so you remember on that fact. There are a number of you unintentionally or intentionally, you did not understand, you could not sense that unintentionally or intentionally you try to pray to the spirit that protect the responsible being that have the responsibility to protect the body. You unintentionally ask them to go to the light. That's why you have the problem. When you help the person A or B, whether that person has the consequence, good or bad, is up to them. Our task is just to help and help. That's all we do. The good we help, the bad we help. Anyone who comes, you help. You have to use the brain of prehistoric man. But if in your mind you still have doubt whether you want to help or not, then slowly you will not be able to use the brain. You will be able to use only a little part of it. So you need to use the brain of prehistoric man, meaning you have to have an unbiased mind. You help 100%, not like you help 30% or 70%. When you see that person and you think that you dislike that person, you take that away. Give that person 1 or up to 5 seconds totally to that person, and then after that 5 seconds, whether you have dislike or whatever it is, that is between you and that person. But if you see that this person, when you look at that face and then you feel angry, if you don't want to help, then don't. If you still have hatred to that person and you try to help, if today you still feel the anger, you still feel the dislike in yourself, you can refuse. The next day when you feel calmer, you can help. So in summary, this is how I want to help 1,500 of you, so that in the future you have wisdom of the body and enlightenment of the spirit. Now you have wisdom of the body. If you don't want to have that wisdom, it is your own fault. You want to have wisdom now officially today with the brain of prehistoric man, that your body can have the wisdom. And then in the future, this year, I cannot confirm whether it is this year or at least by the end of the decade of 21st century, more or less, I'll let you practice long or short. For those of you who are the slowest, by the end of the decade of the 21st century, meaning by the end of the year 2009, that these are for the slowest one, the slowest student. The fastest student, meaning by the end of the year 2005, all of the lessons that I have taught you for the past few days, so that you are officially can use the brain of prehistoric man. Then in the case of reaching the true state of wisdom, so that you are able to unite with your own spirit, the best one, the fastest one, that you reaches in the year 2005, and the slowest one would be in the end of the year 2009. If by the year 2009 you are unable to do it, meaning that you fail, you are not able to use the brain of prehistoric man. So now if you want to do it, now you are here. There's no dogma, there's no rules. Now just for you to help yourself, to help your family, to help your country and your people. then you just carry out. That is how I want to share with you. In the case of the healing, in the past recent years, in the nearest, the year 2003, there were many students in the world who want to send the energy to the leaders of the world to help stopping the case of war, to reduce the problem around the world, to have peace. Now you want it, now you can do it. Now listen now carefully now. You can apply to see whether that person is right or wrong. For example, let's say Mr. A. All the people that say that he's evil. Now, in this world, there's one Mr. A that people say that he's evil. Now, with 1,500 of you all together, you receive energy from the auras of God, and you send to that Mr. A. Each of you send three times to that Mr. A to see whether that he's right or wrong. If he's wrong, you can see he's changed, so that for the world, for the people will benefit. If altogether 1,500 of you here, you send energy to that person, and there's nothing happened to him, then that means he's right. Now I give you that formula, so you don't feel anger. When you feel anger, you are not able to use the brain of prehistoric man. The brain of prehistoric man is for you to use in an unbiased way, like I had mentioned to you. I don't need to control you, like in my case. There's no rules or dogma or regulation. I do not have any. When you call me, when you send email to me, then I know. I only just hear from your phone call, receive your email, receive your letters, then I know what you have done. The point that I have mentioned to you is so important for the world for that reason. If by the fate and destiny I will teach another session of the brain of prehistoric man, I cannot promise yet whether by destiny I can still continue to teach. If it is finished and I cannot teach, I just hope that after this seminar you can go back and apply. Now it is in April. From now to the December 2004, we have more or less about 8 months. Who knows? In more than 8 months, before the end of the year 2004, there will be 1 or 2 or 3 classes. We don't know yet. So the important part is in this class, you listen carefully, so you can go back home and you can apply. After this class, I mentioned that when I can teach you how to use the brain of prehistoric man, there will be a lot of changes out in the world. So, a number of you, whether you believe or not, it is up to you. Whether the countries in the world they believe or not, it is up to them. That is up to them. I do not have anything to do with it. Now, as you go back and you apply, you will see. As you can see, the effect that after you know how to use the brain of prehistoric man, I have learned, I transfer to you, I have learned, I teach you. In this class, it is a very important class. Therefore, you need to listen carefully, take good notes. So all of you, you need to use the powerful energy in order to solve, to neutralize. In the case of the energy from the stars, the energy from the sun, it is still so slow. Now this is the most powerful energy beyond the universe. For that reason, our spirit, once we use the brain of prehistoric man that I had mentioned to you, our spirit is smaller than the soul of the cell inside our body. But the smallest one, we have everything. We have the most powerful infinite power. Listen carefully. I advise for you, you transfer energy individually or collectively in the same way. For the first time when you transfer energy, you transfer energy to the leaders of the world, to the people that you think that they are causing problem to the society. You try to do that to see if these people, whether they do it right or wrong. If they do it right or wrong, then you will see it, you know. I let you experiment on that. I do not say any one person, for example, Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C, and you can try it. I do not force you that 1,500 of you can transfer energy to Mr. A. It's not so. Perhaps 1,500 of you transfer energy to Mr. A, B, C, or D, or any one person. I do not know which one. And then you will measure and you will see the changes in the world, if there are any changes or not. If there are changes, then for sure you are using the brain of pH man effectively. If they do it wrong, if these people they do it the right things, then you cannot change them, because if they do the correct thing, the right thing, that you cannot change them. If they're doing the wrong thing, then you can change them. If they're sick, you can help them to heal. But if they're healthy, then there's no effect to them. Listen carefully on that point. Each moment, each minute, each of my word as I transfer to you, I mention to you, I transfer energy to you. So you need to listen carefully and pay attention. This is a class that in the future, the document that you have here is very valuable. In the future, it is to help people with wisdom and enlightenment. It is not that in the future, in the 21st century and beyond, it's not like that. For that reason, with your recorders, you take notes and recording well. With the video that you record, you keep it through my lecture, each of my words, listen carefully. Then you keep on listening back and forth, and you know how to apply in an accurate way. Today, as I mentioned to you, once we use the brain of pH man on the part that for healing, in the case that you transfer energy to this country or that country on earth, if you want to transfer energy to the earth now, after the end of this class, today is after the 16th, 17th, 18th, after on the 19th of April, all over the world, each of you receive energy from the aura of God. You can send to the earth. This is the first time you do it. The first time you do it 3 times. And then the following days, you do it only once. So any form of transfer energy, the first time you do it 3 times. In the most severe case, these are the severe case. Now let's say they have a common cold or flu, then you don't need to do it 3 times. Listen carefully, you take notes. All of the most severe case, on the first day you transfer energy 3 times, and then from the second day on you do it only once. In the collective list, in the same way, let's say for the list in the past that you use energy from the stars, so now starting from the 19th of April you receive energy from the aura of God. You send the energy to the list 3 times, and then the following days, after the first time, and the following days you transfer energy once to the list. So starting from now you do that to the list of family members in order to prevent the case when there is contamination of the air, of the food, of the water, they are able to endure. Once you are using the brain of pH man, with all of the cases that in the past that you are using to purify the water or food contamination, now you don't have to worry about these factors. Any form of waters, in the general principle, because you are so afraid. Let's say in my country, we have a lot of farms, we have a lot of the fields. The people who are working out in the farms with the fruit trees, sometimes when they are so thirsty, they just take out from the pond to drink. I was in the same case, just take from the pond and drink. But one thing that because we are afraid because of this toxin, this virus inside the water. But the water that you are afraid, just because of you are afraid of them being poisoned. But in the future, you can drink the same water. With the virus, we are able to neutralize them easily. Now you are able to control the soul of the cells of all of the living creatures. You are able to control the soul of the cells of all of the people, the humans, through the time that you learn the level 13 plus already. So now you use the brain of pH man, that you are able to neutralize all of the environment. We are not creating all of the living organism. You and me, listen carefully. We had in the past create all of the living organism already. Now we already have it. We don't have to create them. Now we are just neutralizing, helping. Listen carefully. We only just solve the problem. We do not need to create them anymore. We have done so. For the 3 billion years, the human with the wisdom, the human, we had created all of the material already. But in the future, in a decade of the 21st century, with all of the new things, whenever something that is needed, with a new invention, we can use the brain of pH man to change the environment, to create all of us the new changes, the new things. So starting from this class, I had advice to all of you with your work, with your professions, with your job, your career, however it is in the future. It is up to you to decide whether you continue on or you quit. But in the human world, from now to the past, there's no thing that can compare to this asset. From now to the past, with all the classes I have taught from the lowest to the highest, to the level 13 plus, all of the information that you take them away. Now you leave them behind to the others in the future to learn. These are the people who following you to learn. These are the information from that you learn from the lower level to the level 13 plus. Now you leave all that out. So now you continue on with new subject that you learn from this class. So from now to the end of this year, we do not know whether I can teach or another or a few more sessions of this class or not. I cannot tell yet. But right now, with the 1,500 of you, you can try to apply so you can see the results. That is how I want to elaborate the 2 points. First, in the case of health, our health is the primary factor so that we are able to help to contribute mankind to reach wisdom and enlightenment. Food, nutrients, agriculture, animals, all these forms, including the water, you don't have to worry about them. So one more time, in the case of electricity, I explained for you in the case of electricity. Now, it is man-made. And one day, perhaps in a week or 10 days, all of the power, because of a powerful energy from outer space, that caused problem interference, that caused a total global power loss. Listen carefully. That is from the outer space that enter into the earth that caused total power loss. You would use a brain of prehistoric man. You go beyond the energy from the universe. The light that I have taught you, the light of God, the light of the auras of God, all of the energy in all the form of the energy in the universe are still contained in that energy. I do not want to say that you, me, we are higher, but we are very fortunate that God allows us to use more or less. It is up to you. So to use more or less, it is up to you. It's not me or God. God had agreed so that you are the instrument of God to serve humanity. If you want to do that, so now you can be satisfied to see how much you can do, how much you want to do it, how much you can apply. Now your desire is fulfilled. You've been waiting for 14 years now. I know a number of you, the students in front of me, who follow me from the first class I taught until now. In all of the classes that they learned from me for the past 14 years. So now you want to really carry out. Now it's time for you. You do it so that you can really see the result. So for that reason, I had mentioned to a number of you who are close to me in Europe, in America, who came to Australia to visit me, who travel with me, more or less the 250 of you who come here to Australia to learn. I mentioned that after this class, perhaps I would, it doesn't mean that I would not be seen in public, because I do not have fear to anyone, but I do not be in public, even in my region. Perhaps only a few people that see, or people that would not see me. My point here is I do not go out to public, so they do not know that I teach LUONG. The less people who know me, the better. I do not need to boast. I do not need people to know that I teach LUONG. I do not need this. The most important part, I want to train 1,500 of you so that now you can do the work. From now to the end of the year. From now until July. Next week, for example, not next week, you can apply, you can do it with all of your desire. So now, God, I allowed you to do it. Now you can do it. In the past, you've been asking for it, but with my limited capacity, I did not learn, so how can I dare to teach you? I did not have the ability, so how can I tell you, so how can I teach you? So now I learned a lesson from the deities, God had agreed to allow me to use it since November 2003. Once the brain of prehistoric man that God had given to me, I gave the copy to a number of you who follow me, and now, with everything that I receive 100%, I give to you 100%. If you want to do it, I give you 100%. I do not keep anything. Whatever I have, I give it all to you. So now it is up to you to do it. You see how much are you able to do it, 100% or 90% or 20%? It's up to you now. Listen carefully on that part. Through my lecture, with my explanation, you need to listen carefully. Just like about 16 years ago, when I did not teach, I wrote a manuals about 20 pages. You read and they seem to make sense, but it took you 10 years later or 15 years later you are able to apply. In my writings about 16 years ago, it took 15 years to carry out until now today. I wrote that booklet in August 21, 1988 until now today that you can really apply. That was on August 21st, 1988. I started writing that book. So now it's about more or less more than 15 years. It's not even 16 years. Now this is a time that you can apply. In the past, all of you read the manuals, it seemed to make sense, but it takes 14, 15 years, almost 16 years that you can really apply. With everything that you learn, with all of your desire, you've been waiting for it, now the time has come. In this class, therefore, so temporarily, if you are in Australia, when you go to Australia, perhaps you can see me, but I will be absent. But for the energy transfer opening chakras, from anywhere I am, I can open chakras, except in the level 7 special or higher. Then with they can see me on video phone. These are the programs that I already designed, that I continue with these programs. But with the condition that if everything is still peaceful, then we can carry out. But if everything is chaotic, then all of the class we have to halt, because the most important part of the world is more than the seminars. So depending on what happened in the world, listen carefully on that. I have shared that with you for almost an hour now, so you know the subject of today that you can learn. So now, to avoid losing time for all of you, in this class it is very valuable time that we have here. All of the questions that regarding about the use of the brain of prehistoric man in any form, if you in your mind you want to understand clearly about that topics, then you ask, so I can answer for you, to give you experience when I answer for you. When you ask, it's not as important. The answer that I give to you is very important. So you need to take notes. All of my lecture, all of my words that I share with you, with my experience I share to you. I also remind to all of you, always, you ask question how to use the brain of prehistoric man, about the brain of prehistoric man. That is the subject that you need to ask. Do not ask about how to treat the stomach pain, how to heal headaches. You lose the time. We don't have that much time to ask on that. So I want you to focus to ask on the brain of prehistoric man, how you use the brain of prehistoric man. And a number of you who are in the field of science, physics, those of you who are researchers, with all of your research, with all of your deadlocks, the problem that you faced for 40 years or maybe centuries in the past, with your research you are stuck. This is the class that I can give you opinion to help you, so that you are able to solve all of the problem that you face through the time that you are stuck with your project or your research. So now, in Torino, and then Budapest, and then Russia, and then in Australia, when they come to see me, they're not there to ask. So if in Australia, the two questions, if they don't ask, so now, so in Australia, they are afraid when in front of me, so they are very shy, they don't want to ask questions.
To judge, how do we know if somebody is doing wrong or right to use our the brain of prehistoric man to help these people. Can you elaborate a little bit more about this subject, how we can distinguish who is good, who is doing right, and who is doing wrong?
Regarding the religious leaders like Buddha or Christ in the nearest, or the higher beings, always they have love, true love. This is the love to help, not the love that to hate, to show hate, or to destroy. So to avoid this distinction, you waited to learn the class about the brain of prehistoric man. God wants to help us to represent God to do certain things. Now you want to do it. Now God allow you to represent God. Now God allow you to do it. Now you don't need to look at that person whether that person is good or bad. I'll tell you already. Good and bad, you have to go beyond that. You help them whether they benefit more or less. It is up to them. You do not have to be too concerned. When you transfer energy, the light of the auras, that is the most powerful energy to help them. Whether they get healed or not, they get healed fast or slow, whether they get healed or not, it is up to them. You use in an unbiased mind. Do not be too concerned about this. If you're still concerned about this, then you are still distracted. That in that way you are still in that duality, not in unity. God is in unity, not two. If you still have that concern, then you are still in a binary thinking, whether you help or do not help, and in that you cannot do anything. In that mode, the binary mode, you are not able to use the brain of prehistoric man. You have to be in unity. The lecture I give you is so simple. There is no problem, but to put in practice, because you have been waiting to help mankind, now is the time that God allowed you to represent God, to help mankind, to help your country, to help your people, to help your family. Because you want to learn, you want to help now. This is your opportunity to carry out the opportunity for eternal, not only this lifetime. Do you do it or you just quit in the middle of the way? You cannot help anyone. You want to have wisdom, now you have wisdom. You want to help, now you can help. You want to do it, now you can. Everything that you wish, now God allowed you to have all of them. So now just do it. Do not think about that anymore. Just do and do it. You just send and help. Do not be too concerned whether they are right or wrong, good, evil. Take that away. My advice, like the lecture I had given to you, is so important. With 1,500 of you, you see that the lecture of the master is so easy. I mentioned to you already what I wrote in August 21st until now, almost 16 years later. Now you can apply. I wrote it 16 years ago. It was so high. After 16 years, that you are able to apply. But at the level 3, you read the book and you say it is so simple. It is so easy for you to understand. The scientists, they have researched 3 centuries. The theory, it is so good, but they cannot do it. They spent 3 centuries. It is not like 16 years I have wrote since the time I wrote the book. Now it is time for you to carry out. Now with all of your desire you wanted to do, now in this higher level, there's no more like the brain of prehistoric man plus or anything. This is it. Now you just do it. Whether you do it more or less, it is up to you. Now go on to the next question.
In Holland, I started meditating with the new formula that you taught us, and since then I have experienced that I used the brain of the prehistoric man. I didn't want it, but every time it came in myself, I was thinking about the brain of prehistoric man. In my dreams, in my thoughts, every time I thought about it. Master, I want to thank you for everything that you have given to us. There is no question related to this, I think. Maybe he wants to comment of the Master.
Through the presentation of this student, I want to elaborate further for you.
Het volgende.
Whether you are trying to analyze or you try to share your experience, I want to answer for you, share with you my experience so you learn. In the case of the brain of prehistoric man, for the first time in the human world that we learn, I present to you in the previous seminars, including the masters in Atlantis, that was about 200,000 years ago. These are the people. The body and the spirit can travel out to space that I have mentioned to you in the past, but they had never been able to control the soul of self, not to mention about using the light of the aura of God. That is the brain of prehistoric man. For the first time that God has sent down, I do not want to confirm that it's God, but God sent one person to represent God to create all of the living creatures about 3 billion years ago. And now, after 3 billion years on earth, God had tested this world. In the nearest 200,000 years ago, we had gone through the same path. And for the past 14 years, as I taught, until now, today, me, you, all of us, we are very fortunate that God had trusted us. God had given to us, who also authorized us to be the representative of God, not just me. If I boast, or with my ego, I still fall back to the same mistake of 200,000 years ago. I mentioned that God only gave it to me and I keep it to myself. I do not fall to that same mistake. For me, all of you, as you come here to learn, with more than 1,500 of you, you are just like me. I have learned through, I apply already. Now with everything that I have learned and applied, I want to share to you. I send the brain of prehistoric man, and I introduce 1,500 of you now to present God to help mankind. That the humankind, that God had tested, put a trial on the humankind for 3 billion years now. You, me, all of us, this is not the first time that we are on earth. Do not think that how come this person follow the master for 14 years, another follow for only 8 years, and 12 years, 2 years, or 1 year. Do not think like that. The most important part here is your presence here. You are able to use the brain of prehistoric man. How much you can apply, that is more important. Do not say that I follow the master for 14 years, or you may not. Who knows, you follow me only 8 years, 5 years, or 6 years, or 2 years. But then perhaps you use the brain of a prehistoric man better than those who follow me 14 years. However, a number of you who follow me for 14 years, more or less, they understood more or less in the teaching and in the family of UE, and with the ability that God had given to us, you are able to grasp. And if you are able to grasp and you are able to do less, then it is your own fault. I have pity for you. The material is only the means. We all need the means in the material ways, but they are only the means to help us to find the truth. These are the means for us so that we can represent God to help humanity. All of this circumstance, you, me, we already have. So now this is the invaluable asset. Even we cannot see or touch it, but it contains everything. It contains everything for the past 14 years. It doesn't mean that it has in this class that you have. You already have it. You had it in the past already, from the past 14 years already, in many previous months and years now. So that's why today you are able to have the great fortune that you are able to represent God to help the humankind. That is how I want to share with you through this question from this student. With all of your desire, with all of your dreams, now this student, you have reached it. Now I hope that this student for you, and as well as all of you in this class, you try your best with everything God had given to you with the mission. You are representing God, so you try your best to carry out, to help the humankind. Many thousand years ago, and hundreds of thousands years ago, God had given to 1% or 2% or 5% or 10%. But now, God had given to us. Let us practice and apply first. And then with 1,500 of you, and eventually 15,000 or 150,000, and then 1.5 million, and then a few billions of you, and eventually all over the world, all of the human will have the wisdom to use the brain of prehistoric man. At that time, we have sufficient capacity to travel anywhere. To go anywhere, meaning we are able to go to other planets. It doesn't mean that we travel on Earth. That is in the future. At the present time, we are very fortunate that God had given to us the responsibility to help mankind. So we try our best to carry out. I explained to you already. It doesn't mean that I teach you in this class, then you wait 5 years, 3 years. No. Next week you do it. And next week you'll see the result. Listen carefully. Next week you do it, and next week you see the result. And then you try. You try from now to June. If altogether, with everything I teach you, I do not repeat again. You just apply. Then you will see what is the change in the world. What are the changes in the world, good or bad? How peaceful it is. Or the people, how happy they would be, how peaceful they would be. You try a few more months. It's not that long. Next week you do it, you see the result. Listen carefully. I do not want to repeat anymore. In the past, I keep on repeating. This time, I don't repeat anymore. In this class, I teach you. I give you my opinion. I answer. I share with you my experience. I send directly to your brain. You, in your brain, you use the brain of prehistoric man, just like a computer system. With everything that I teach you, you don't forget. Even if you want to erase to forget, you won't be, because you are here already. So my brain I send to you, and your brain is my brain. So when you forget, I will remind you. Listen carefully. In this class, with everything I have mentioned, I do not repeat again. Listen carefully. Go on, next question.
She says that she followed him at Ayers Rock, and when she meditated one day, she felt like Ayers Rock was gonna kind of crash down. And since then, she feels that the mountain, the rock, is totally void of anything, and apparently that rock has finished its mission on Earth. And it is a sign that it is the end of the work of that, the goal of that rock, which is representing or symbolizing the brains of the first man. And she would like to thank the Master for all his teachings. Also, she says that there had been churches who had, some churches or religions have abused their powers over their herds of disciples or people of their own church. And the Master has talked about it, saying that the churches has abused their powers over their crowds. And apparently what the Master has told us about a few years back is confirmed right now today. And she would like to know if the Master could repeat the question, the technique of the transfer with the 13++. How many times do we have to harness that energy, and how many times do we have to send it away? Should we do it once and 3 times, or whatever? I'm not sure we understood properly what the Master said. So can he repeat the technique itself? Thank you.
Nghe cái thầy trả lời.
Dạ thưa thầy, cần người học viên.
Now let me share with you. For the last time, in November 2003, after the level 13 plus that was broadcast, I went with a number of the students who came to Ayers Rock, and then I was on my trip to China that I had mentioned to you earlier. And I explained to all of you who came with me, accompanied me. I also explained to the student in the level 13 plus after the session in November. When I came to Ayers Rock, I returned back. I have seen some of the phenomenon, some of the strange phenomenon. the brain of prehistoric man that was printed on ice rock for 3 billion years. And 8 years ago, for the first time when I came to Australia, I went to ice rock. I detected a very powerful energy. So when I look and I went there to meditate it, when I meditated, I received the energy from the masters, from the deities, from those who represented God, that create the living creatures that existed 2-3 billion years ago in ice rocks, and now they all migrated to all of the people in the world. For the last time when I came there last November, I also received a message from the deities. Perhaps that was my last visit there, and ice rocks will be sunk to the ocean floor, and the desert out in Australia, who knows, in one form or another, perhaps that mountain range will not be there, will be destroyed. And since the brain from the prehistoric man, that will be sent to all of us that we are using now today. So eventually all of the humans were able to use a brain of prehistoric man that got sent to all of us, not just for me or you in this class. Listen carefully, for all. Now on the way that as you go up to the mountain, you pray to God and you meditate. That's how you receive the message, just like I received the message in last November in Ice Rocks. And a number of you, the students who completed level 13 plus, who can accompany me in that trip, that is how I want to share with you on that experience about that part. And now one more time, since this is a new subject, I would share with you more details, and I will say it slow so you are able to receive. In the previous levels, you receive energy from the light of the stars, from the light of the sun. Now the light of the star or the sun, these are the means you leave to the student who go in the lower levels. Now you know the light of the auras. How come I use that? So you can understand from that concept. In this human world, for the past 25 centuries until now, in the past I don't want to mention about it. Why? Because the image of Buddha, of Christ, of the saints, of the religious leaders, always you have seen through the image there is in the aura. The light of the aura is like a circle. So I want to use that means so it's easy for you to understand. But in reality, from my understanding, similarly like for me, I'm fortunate that when I taught you there is a light, the largest light, the aura covering me. I tell you it is not mine. In the books they mention the Buddha or the Christ, they have the aura. That's how they claim. I do not have any comments about the books. But for me, after 25 centuries, meaning from the time of Christ and Buddha, I confirm with you, all of you, when I teach, the aura is very big. It is not my aura. It is God. For that reason, the aura of God that can cover the whole earth and the universe. Through the antenna model, the circle that you have seen, there is a big circle, and then the medium size and a small circle symbolize the earth and the universe. Now we are covering the universe. The light of from the star might take 4 years to reach earth. From the sun, the light will take 8 minutes to reach earth. On this, I don't want to say 4 years or 8 minutes, but this, it is infinite. Because the energy of the light of the aura of God, it is infinite. It is beyond the universe, beyond the knowledge of the universe, beyond the earth. Therefore, we receive just like we receive the light of the stars. When you can use that, that means that your brain, in a sense, your brain has no distraction. Your brain is just like nothingness in a void. So you don't have any distraction when you use that form of energy. There's no form of distraction when you are receiving the light of the auras of God. So it is easy for you to understand that concept I mentioned to you. So I use the symbolize like just like the aura of the Buddha or the Christ. It is not like above the Buddha or the Christ. This is the aura of God. Since God is invisible, God covers the entire universe. as you are able to use that energy, meaning that your brain had been allowed by God to use it. If God did not allow, then for sure, all of the previous class, like I mentioned to you, for sure you would know, as you from the low level you upright, you would lose energy. Now, as God allowed for me and you, all of us who can apply, I have it, I tell you, you have it, and eventually all of those who follow you, they will have it. They'll have it with the condition that they have to be adapt to the frequencies of the energy from each level so that they're able to receive the light of the auras of God. So in summary, in the past, you think of the light of the stars into your head. So now you just think about the light of the auras. It travels for 10 or thousands of times faster than the light of the stars. So you still remember, I mentioned that when you use the brain of THspodic man, your spirit is smaller than the soul of the cells inside your body. But then you have everything. You have the infinite power. Supposedly, if 3 billion years ago, we are able to create all of the living creatures, but then after 3 billion years, the first person who can create all of the living creatures, we had done so. So now we know how to use so that we can neutralize all the problem that the first person on earth that used the brain of THspodic man, the brain of THspodic man is from God. We are so contaminated, we have a lot of distractions, and the trials on this earth for 3 billion years has completed all the trials. So now I don't know the time, perhaps this year, next year, or in a decade or 21st centuries, or at the latest, the decade of 21st centuries, the ice rock will slowly sink down to the ocean floor. Because it's complete the mission that had planted the brain to me and all of you already. That is how I share with you about how to use the brain of THspodic man. You want to listen carefully. When you receive the light of the auras, when you receive the light of the auras of God, you receive, you send, receive and you send, receive and send. You do that 3 times. Let's say, for example, this is the list. You receive and you send. You receive and you send. The time from 1 to 5 seconds each. You are so used to the protocol to receive energy from the stars and send. You don't have to do the communication to control the soul of the cells anymore. Now, when you use the brain of THspodic man on the part of the soul of the cells inside the body, the soul of the cells inside of all of the living creatures, we do not need to tell them to listen to you. They would obey you so that they can benefit. So you listen carefully. And one more time, I want to share with you, in the case of severe sickness, in the most severe case, you receive the light of the auras of God and you send the first time, and then receive and send 2 times, receive and send 3 times. Each time when you receive and send, do not do it more than 5 seconds. So for that reason, in the class that I had mentioned to you, in the previous class I mentioned to you, for the first time you try to transfer energy by using the energy of the stars. So now, the first time you transfer energy using the light of the auras of God 3 times. Now you don't have to worry about the local areas. There's no such thing as local areas now. This time the energy is very powerful. Perhaps the handicapped people on the wheelchair, perhaps in the first 2 weeks, a number of you who are severely sick, you may be able to save them. The handicapped, you may be able to help them. That would cause a lot of problem in the world. A lot of problem in the case of for the benefit of mankind. It doesn't mean that we cause problem that cause wars or suffering. It's not so. The problem now, so that the humankind can be benefit. I don't want to say all over totally everything, but through the teaching as I learned from the deities I share with you, so that next week and a few more weeks you will see, from now to the end of April, just to see it, you will see the result. The more result that you have, then you will see, the less you can see me. Listen carefully. The more result that you see, when you use the brain of THspodic man, the more result, the more achievement that you see, the less you can see me. Now you have a chance to see me for 3 days. You can stay with me to visit me. These are the people in Australia right here. You can stay to see me in person. I just want to share with you. I just want to elaborate for you about the light of the auras of God. And as you send, you receive and you send. And I hope that I remind you, you receive and send. Do not do it to maximum more than 5 seconds each time when you receive and send. Each time when you receive and send, not more than 5 seconds. The faster, the better. So that you meet the demands to help. You have many opportunity to help people. On this one, I do not have any comments. Tradition, family, society, I do not have any comments on that. That is from your opinion, whatever you have. Now, I do not have any opinion on that. But then I want to share with you, I advise for you, do not have any comments on these issues. When you use the brain of prehistoric man, with your opinion, it is, no matter what you say, it is right, or whatever you say, it is wrong. Listen carefully. Right or wrong is the same. You may be so surprised, it might not be so. Because when you use a brain of prehistoric man, right and wrong, good and evil is the same. You have to see like that, and you will be able to excel. Now, if you say it is wrong, and then they keep on saying that you are bad, and all of the human world and all your family, they keep on saying that you are bad. If you say they are good, you say you are good, then all the people keep on saying that you are good, until when you are you're dead, you are always good. They see you as good. Now, is that how I teach you to use a brain of prehistoric man? In the past, you think that people praise you and you feel glad. One day, a month, or a year, that's gone. If you say that you are bad, in 1 year or 1 day, 1 year, it is gone. The brain of prehistoric man, you have to see that point. So, no matter what they say to you, they say good or bad, it is up to them. For you, the same way, you say good or bad, it is, but how much you want to hear people say good about you? You don't have the free time. You are afraid that people criticize you. They are not so free because they have to take care of their own business. They have to take care of their job, their family, or when they are free, they can go on trips or vacation. Whether you do good or bad, they don't have the time to always look at you and criticize you or judging you. Now they keep on saying always look at you and concentrate on you, saying that you are bad. They don't have free time to always concentrate on you, but you are afraid that they always concentrate on you. Whatever they criticize, you are afraid, and then even if they don't criticize you, you don't have to think about it. So now you have to just take all of this thing away. Don't think about this thing. Now you just try. You are in this class now. You can apply. In the past you are afraid, but now you don't, because there's nothing for you to be afraid of. The moment that you feel afraid, I say stop from from fear. I'm right next to you. Don't fear. I want to elaborate for you so you can excel further. Each time you have fear. Each time when you have fear, you are reducing a part of the brain of the prehistoric man. Each time when you have fear, you cut off a part of the prehistoric brain. The master mentioned like this. So now you should not have fear. So the moment you think that you don't have fear, then you have wisdom. Once you have wisdom of the body, and then your spirit will be enlightened. God had given to you the most valuable gift on earth. That 3 billion years, a cycle, 3 billion years, that it returned. So now with more than 1,500 of you, not including me. So now right now, I forgot. So now right now we have 1,532, but I forgot one person. She's sitting right next to me right here. So she's always taking the picture that you see. She's on the website. You have seen that. So she's sitting right next to me. That's my wife. I forgot to count her. So this, if I forget about her, and I'll be in trouble. So in fact, we have 1,533. Next question.
More comments regarding today's teaching. I've heard about the new technique regarding the aura of God, but I would like to know if, in order to be able to use the aura of God, we have to go beyond our ego and be able to act within the void, the emptiness, which is a kind of conscious awareness, a state of consciousness. And only once we are able to go through our mind and beyond our mind, we will be able to apply the new technique. And if this is my conclusion correct, I also would like to know from you some more comments regarding the teletransportation, so to travel beyond time and space with our body, and also some more comments regarding the regeneration of the body organs. Thank you very much, Master.
The next question is Budapest. Budapest, be ready after the answer of the Master.
Now let me share with you, in the previous seminars, especially in the level 13 plus, there are a number of you who apply to see the positive result and a number of you who cannot see any result. And now in the future, with everything that you do not know, in the future, in the past, whatever you know, now in the future, everything that you have known. For example, let's say, you know this is, you don't know who this belongs to. Let's say you don't know who this belongs to. But then when you look at this, you receive by the energy, and suddenly you know this is belongs to Mr. A, Mr. B, or Mr. C, for example. For that reason, with all of your sense by the energy, with the light of the auras of God. Now you erase because of the aura of God. You don't have any ego because it is beyond your imagination, beyond your knowledge, your level of your knowledge. Then you stop. You don't have any ego. All of the people, you want to have high career, you want to have high places, but then since you did not reach there yet, or maybe you did not reach the right level, high level yet, but once you reach the accurate, the high level, then you have the sense of fear. Just like in the theory I mentioned to you, we are the smallest, that we have everything. But we do not want to be the smallest, because you do not know. Once you recognize this, then you are afraid. Even if you want to go high, you would not. You will become the lowest one. My technique to teach you is very clever. It doesn't mean that I give you all the power, the ability, and then until now today I teach you about to use the brain of THhodC man so that you can boast. Now you cannot even boast because it is not disconnected right away. Now let's say you learn, and then on the 19th you can try. The moment you try it, it will be also it is real. You want to have your ego, you want to boast to see if you can do it. You will be blocked. Not to mention, let's say, with your eating habit, you'll be blocked. For us, our physical body, I mentioned to you, it doesn't mean that you will look good. No matter how you eat, you still be healthy. I also want good things. Once you know how to use this, you don't have to treat yourself for overweight, or you return to a perfect form. It doesn't mean that I tell you to encourage you. You will do it. You'll see. So you don't have to worry about being overweight or being too fat. That is how I share with you, so you can rest assured, so that you can serve. And then to travel out to space, teletransportation, we had done so 200,000 years ago. Even though we had that ability, that was the point that in Atlantis time, 200,000 years ago, with the body and spirit unity, all of us, we had traveled out to space in a very fast velocity. But we could not control the soul of the cells. We were not able to use the brain of THhodC man. So that's why God took us back. This time, God sent us down. God allowed us to use the brain of THhodC man, so that our spirit can travel and our body would follow the spirit. That I had proof in the past. I did not believe, but I myself, my body, my spirit, about 12 years ago, traveled out to space in a very fast speed. I can do it. After 12 years until now, I'm allowed, that God had that allowed me to use the brain of prehistoric man. I was allowed to control the soul of a cell in the nervous system, and then God allowed me to use the brain of prehistoric man to teach you, so that you can use the brain of prehistoric man to contribute to help mankind. I had mentioned already, I have it, you have it, we all have it. And then all of the human will have it. It doesn't mean that I have it and you have it and that's it. It is not so. The time more or less, depending on the level of the humankind. Once I reach it and you can reach it, then I see it is so fast. We are shortened the time. As I went to teach only for 14 years, with everything the scientists, in the space science and physics, with the achievement is so little. But for us, we learn in such a short time with our application. But then, we are able to receive a lot of ability. Just like I had mentioned to you, after this class, in the world there are many chaotic situations, but it is for a positive, not it's for suffering. And all of the plans, all of the schemes in man would be changed. And the human, they will be surprised, including all of their schedule, all of their plans, and they have to change. They don't even know why they have to change. So on that, we leave it to the future in the next following months. So now, we just ask questions so I can share with you with my experience so that you can try your best to learn. You learn through the question that you ask. You learn from the experience I answer for you. Each detail, you take notes. So when you return back to your home, to your country, to your people, you are able to apply to help these people. So now, as you can see, the human in the physical form. In the past, we are able to travel out to space. In many classes, I had mentioned to you, let's say at night, you are sleeping. Your dream that you are in one country to another. When somebody touches you, you wake up. Your spirit travel as a speed of light, or maybe faster than the speed of light. So now, as we learn, in the next 3 days here, and you can go back and apply. I want to elaborate for you. On the 19th of April to the end of April, there are many changes in the world. First, those people who are severely sick, let's say the handicapped, then all of the order in the human world, you will see. When it happens, it is not easy for you to see me. I tell you the truth. Because I have already planned ahead. From the deities who allowed for me to use the brain of prehistoric man, and with the brain of prehistoric man I share to all of you in this class, you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man just like me. Then in the application you try your best to do it. And I confirm with you, whether you intentionally or intentionally you try to boast with your ego, you cannot do it. I have gone through that already. In the past I also have tried to boast, but I have gone through that lesson. Each day I have to learn the lesson from the deities to reveal to me. The time that I learned for a long time, so that I can teach you. I learn for you. So that I use the brain of prehistoric man, and the brain of prehistoric man I transfer to you, I send directly to you. So it is not easy for you to boast, to fall into the trap of the ego. I have learned through already. With everything that I learned from the deities, I send to you. With everything that experience I have, I share with you. I give all to you. And with all of your desire, whether you want to do or not, I have gone through all of that lesson already. So now, it is your turn. It is your turn, meaning that you can shorten the time I have learned through for you. Since I'm your master, I have given to you, I have sent to you, so you can use. So I know how much you can use, more or less, good or bad. Whatever needed, I help you so you can carry out. Whatever is not needed, I would block you so you don't have to waste time. I give you all the freedom of choice. With your freedom of choice, you try to do it. Whether you can do it or not, my point here is, if let's say you want to boast, you want to boost your ego, see if you can do it. The moment you do it, there is a powerful energy that stops you. There's no other. That means that my spirit that come to you. Listen carefully. That is how I share with you. So that you can always, I always next to you. My brain is always next to all of your brains in this class. so that I keep on reminding and share and help you so you can complete your mission that God had authorized you to be the representative of God to help mankind. I cannot control you. I do not control you. I'm in Australia. How can I control you in 5 continents? But my spirit travels faster than the speed of light. Only in that manner I can help you. So you can rest assured through your questions and the following questions in the future. Everything that you ask, and then I give you my opinion. I share with you my experience with everything that you wish or you don't want to do, or something that you want to try. I just tell you to try it, because on the first hours I had given to you all the freedom of choice. You have all the freedom of choice. You can do anything you want, whatever it is needed, and I'll let you to do it. If I see that it's dangerous for you or others, I will stop you. Now, in the case about 3 billion years ago, we can create all of the living creatures. Now, we have all of the living creatures. In the field of science, in the field of space science, they are at a deadlock. In the field of physics, they are at a deadlock. Now, we can solve in the field of space science or physics. And in addition to that, in the case of regenerating the organs, in the level 13 plus, perhaps you ask, let's say in the term of growing the teeth, or in terms of growing another lung, or the heart, or all of the organs that are sick inside the body. In the past, with a lesson that I learned from the deities, let's say our heart is small, we can perhaps control the heart to be to the normal size, or the heart bigger size, you are not able to have it to shrink. But now everything can change. Just like in the recent level 13 plus, I hope that a number of you who are handicapped on a wheelchair, if let's say the main nerve that control the legs are not ruptured, if they're ruptured, may be difficult. However, a number of you, as you treat by using UE, you are able to stimulate the legs. For those of you in the case of atrophy, muscle atrophy, or maybe paralysis, through this class, I hope that you yourself, you would be able to recover. And in the case of the main nerve that are ruptured, I cannot promise. However, I hope that they are able to recover. They can walk a little bit, maybe weaker, but they do not need to depend on a wheelchair. In the previous seminars, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, a number of you, let's say with the lungs, after the surgery, you are able to stimulate so the lung can grow again. In the case of the liver, they are able to regenerate. So now, with everything I teach you in the previous class, now you erase all that knowledge. So from the 19th of April, you have to apply, because I just want to remind you, everything that you apply from now to the end of April, the more result that you see, the more changes you see in the world, then you have less opportunity to see me. Listen carefully. With everything I say, that you take notes now. I do not want to say to be too mystic. I just want you to learn yourself, and you yourself from the 19th of April, you apply right away. I just tell you, only in 2 weeks. From the 19th of April to the end of April, not even 2 weeks. You yourself, you do the work. You yourself will carry out. It's not me. So you can rest assured with everything that I hope for all of the people, that include all of you. And I do not want to say that we learn the brain of prehistoric man, that we are able to reach our goal 100%, but based on the way that God had allowed us to be the representative, to carry out the plan to help mankind. So in 1,532 of you, it is so little comparing to 6 billion in the world. So if God allows us, I continue to teach more people to use the brain of prehistoric man, so that you, me, all of us, we have the chance to contribute to help mankind who are waiting for you, all of us. Now go on, next question. Development of the spirituality, that is your spirit, as God had sent you in this physical body, as you are in this large UE family. Our spirit is high, but then it is not the right time that we have been reminded so that we can reach the wisdom. That is you. me, all of us. I'm in the same way, you in the same way, for all of us in the same way. But then none of us have the ability to remind you so you can reach the wisdom except only God. Therefore, all of this strange phenomenon, all of these visions in this way or that way that you can see, that is the way to remind your physical body that we had it already in the past. In many classes in the past, I had explained to you, it doesn't mean that I teach you and then you can learn, and then I tell you that you have this and have that. To me, it is not as important on that. The important part is I know your spirit, our spirit. We go to a high level, more or less you have the responsibility to help humankind, not me. You help your own people, you help the humankind, you help your own religion, not me. If you only help me, then I would praise you so that you can serve me. No, I never have that in my thought. And do not come to this earth, my spirit from the deity who sent me down to this earth to remind all of your spirit with the responsibility to help the humankind. You, me, all of us. We are no strangers. There are so many religious leaders from the past 25 centuries until now. My point here is, before Buddha, before Christ, 5,000 years, millions of years, there are so many masters who came down to earth to contribute to help the human world. I do not want to say that in the case of Buddhism, it was almost 25 centuries. If there are others, let's say Hindus, about 5,000 years, or furthermore, like in my country, 7,000 years in the past, culture, tradition, family, society, through our trainings. So comparing to 5,000, 7,000, it is still so little. Comparing to 200,000, meaning the people from Atlantis who left behind the messages, it is still very little. I have traveled to many caves that exist millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, not like 300,000 years. But I just want to share with you, after I went to Ice Rock in November, on my trip from Ice Rock in Australia, I went to China. There are a number of you that I had reminded that these are the people who accompany me. When I came to the cave, that 12 years ago I received a message from the deities already, and 12 years later I came there. All of this way that the people who draw using these images that was in that cave. And in that cave, I know that at least it was a billion years, not like a few million years. So all these images that was in there, I look at, I know. So in the research about the caves, for how long it exists, I do not want to have any comments, but I see the phenomenon. These are by the energy that I can measure through the message that I receive from the deities who reveal to me. So how do I have the capacity and the means to go to the cave to know that this one here is about 3 billion years or million years? These are based on the books of the world. Just like a few days ago, I mentioned to the student in Russia, the pyramids, everyone who write that it was about 5,000 years. But where do I find the rocks to build? Just one of a simple question. That is to raise the level of consciousness for these people. They do not know where it come from. Then, based on some of the tradition, they mentioned the pyramids that emerged from from land, from the underground. Let's say, for example, the ocean recede and to make the Sahara Desert, and they found some of the boats, and they mentioned that in fact the pyramid was from underground. It just formed from underground. They cannot do it because there is no rocks. So on that we leave it behind. I keep on repeating on that story, so we leave it behind. So now the brain of prehistoric man, with everything the scientists have researched, with everything that we research, they're still really limited in many ways. But one of the strange things is, a number of you in front of me, more or less, you have seen my photographs when I wear the traditional Vietnamese gown. That was in 1995 in Switzerland, in July 1995, for the first time, with the 500 cameras. And that's one person with a very simple camera. that he was able to capture the aura behind me. And there are many students who thought that was my aura. That is not. That is from God. I do not have it. I don't have anything. I'm just a human flesh, just like you. But then my energy, when I teach, the energy that what cover, there is a light of the aura behind me. That is the light of aura of God, not mine. Therefore, in that aura behind my head, there is one of the image, whether the man or woman, we do not know. But when we see it really clear, the face in that aura, that was in the cave in China, 100% identical. It looks identical. And with the strange phenomenon, that when I came to the cave in China, I know that all of the creative powers contained in there, I was revealed 12 years ago, but only 12 years later I was able to know. So that this is the time, perhaps this is the final time, or maybe the beginning time, so that we are fortunate. God allow us to use the brain of prehistoric man to represent God, not just one, to represent God. Now there are hundreds of thousands and billions of people, so that we can help mankind. On this, I have seen, I understand. So in this class, I hope that in only 2 weeks, with everything that I have taught you, with everything that you can apply, it will be the benefit for the whole people. Eventually, you are in front of me in Europe. You, the scientists, will experiment on you first. Why? How come you have the strange ability and you are not a scientist? If you are the scientist, they may think that you have some other special ability. But since you are not a scientist, a number of you who are researchers in science, you are much more better than your colleagues that in the past, comparing to the past. Listen carefully. That is how I want to share with you. And regarding the research of the professors in Russia about the caves in Tibet, I mentioned to you already, including the masters in Atlantis. I have shared with you, with the presence of the people from Atlantis, they are in the UE family, this you, me, all of us. So for that reason, my mission here is to remind all of your spirit with the responsibility at this time, so that you can help mankind reach wisdom and enlightenment. This is not the way to preach. This is the practical way that I'm not preaching. Now to preach is not appropriate at this time. Now we just receive and do it to help mankind, because we're in humankind we suffer so much now. There's no more time for preaching. We are preaching for thousands of years and nobody recognizes it and nobody can grasp. So now there's no time for preaching. For preaching we have some others, the priests that do it, the Christ and the Buddha had left behind. So the religious leaders all over the world, they left the means for preaching. Until now, nobody can grasp, nobody can do anything. So now we have to go directly, now with a responsibility. The masters from the past until now in the human flesh, that's you, me. So that we have the chance to contribute to help mankind, so that we are able to reach the new perfect human. These are the people with enlightenment and wisdom, so that we can help the next generation. That is how I want to share with you. To the question from the students from Bulgaria to come to Hungary to ask question. Now go on to the next question.
Give your body and your brain to the scientists to research it. If you do this, or if you have already done this, will this change medicine? If the scientists research your body and your brain, will this change the understanding and the visions of medicine? Will this change the idea of the anatomy of human body? So if you master, give your body and your brain for the scientists to research, will this change the science, the medical science?
Okay, one point that I want to point out to Peter or to Marshall, you are shooting very well. The lighting is absolutely correct. And this valid also for Kazan. Please remember to put your lighting correctly so that we have a bright picture. Okay, thank you very much indeed. The next question will be from Kazan.
Now, nobody had research on experiment on me yet. I know that in the future, in you yourself, they will experiment on you first. You have to prepare because you want to use the brain of prehistoric man. Now, if our brain is not more brain, we're not. If you are using the brain of prehistoric man, the more you use, the more changes you will see. So I keep on reminding you. So in the next few weeks from now to the end of April, there will be a great change. After you graduate this class, then you would apply with all of these changes. That is, you only from this year or the next 2 months, you have a chance that the scientists they will research on you. Because in my body, I have mentioned to you, how can medical science research? Because to them 3 plus 3 is 6, 3 plus 3 cannot be 7. That's how they always think in the past. Even though when they are sick, the teaching of LUONG had helped them, but they do not accept it. Because if they accept it, then their colleagues will take away their diploma, their license. That is reality. That is in the field of science in the same way. The scientists help them with opinions. When they mentioned about me that they do not want to, they thought that they were crazy. So with everything they have done, but when they can do it, when they mention about us, and their colleagues ridicule them. So you can see in the human world, 2,000 years ago, Jesus Christ was on earth. They killed him already. So for me and you, we are nobody. We are in a human form, in the human flesh. The Christ in the past, I don't know what happened then. We don't know really what happened then. But they killed the Christ. Then for us, then for sure they can. There's no problem to them. We are nobody. So, however, I mentioned to you already. You learned the class about the brain of prehistoric man. We are the instrument of God. God allowed us to be representative of God to help mankind. Then everything will change. So now, like for me, with my age, let's say I'm just like a 12-year-old boy, nobody would believe. For sure they think that I'm crazy. But when they experiment on my body, they see it is so strange. They think that I'm crazy, but when they research, they see it's so strange because they did not probably learn yet. So how do they know? I tell you, for example, after you graduate high school, or if you just complete high school, I tell you to design the satellite. I tell you to go out to space to control a satellite. Do you know how to do it? I tell you the truth. You just complete high school training. You just finish high school, and they put you to the satellite and tell you to control the satellite. Can you do it? Do you know anything about it? Only in the case of how to turn on the engine, you don't even know how to do it. So that is my point. So how can they properly research? A normal person to research on God. God give you the capacity to live and for us, a human, we try to research on God, and if we say it, they will say that we are crazy, but we are the one who can save them, and even if we save them, they call you being crazy. Because if they admit that you save them, they would be taken their license away, they cannot practice, so that's why they keep on ridiculing us and criticize us, and they can do it, but maybe next lifetime, this lifetime is so late, now they try to deceive God, and how can they live? When they are sick, then you save them, God save them, and then when they are clear, they deny it. So the only way that for them is to be in a cemetery. That is all I can share with you. And a person who just complete high school, and you tell that person to control the satellite, so how can he do it? I tell you the truth. Now I tell you, in my whole body, inside my body, it is just like a 12-year-old boy. Do you believe it or not? But when they research, they only see how strange it is, but they cannot probably research how come. There's no way for them to research, so I wait for that. When they come to see me, I go into hiding. So I let them experiment on you first, because you like it. I let them experiment on you. So I say that after this class, I will go into hiding. I myself, I go to a surgery. I have a surgery. Next question.
Okay, it's the turn of Kazan. Kazan, please be ready.
For your teaching, for the chance to ask the question, I would like to ask, thank you very much for the technique regarding aura. Maybe I didn't understand clearly. Could you please explain again or repeat maybe in more detail so for me to understand how should we be receiving the energy, the light of the aura? Meaning the technique of receiving the light of the aura. Would you please, if possible, please repeat in detail? And the second question of mine is related to transferring energy to ourselves or to the food. The question is about food. He says we eat at least three times per day, whilst I heard that in general cases the energy should be transferred only once per day. So should we not transfer energy to the food every time we eat it? How should we transfer the energy in this case? Could you please explain? Thank you very much.
Dạ kính thưa thầy, đây là câu hỏi của người học viên ở bên Liên Xô, bên Kazan. Now let me share with you with the experience, so you listen carefully now. All of you who are in a level 13 plus, more or less you receive energy from the light of the stars and you transfer. Before you receive energy from the light of the stars, you control the soul of the cells for the patient, or the soul of the cells of all the patients in your list. But now, the moment you think, it's there. So it is just like the speed of light. Just like, for example, one person, Mr. A, who has a severe sickness. You just sit like here. You receive the light, the energy of the light of the auras of God, and you send to Mr. A, receive and then send to Mr. A, receive and send to Mr. A. You think about it, it's there. In your thought, in your spirit, as a speed of light or faster than the speed of light. It's not like you think about where they are, where is God, where you are, God. How do I receive energy from you? Where you are? It's not like that. You just sit anywhere, any position. You think about it, it's there. In your thought, it is so fast. It travels very fast. You think about it. That is how I want to train you. These are the one with a severe sickness. Let's say, for example, your collective list, on the first time you transfer energy 3 times, and then the following days you don't have to do 3 times. You don't have the capacity like for normal people to transfer energy through them 3 times. If you do so, they're not cured. Just like for myself, I give you example. Let's say Mr. A, who is sick, severely sick. I can transfer energy 3 times to that person. He can get cured. You, in the same way, you transfer energy to that person 3 times. He's cured 70%. That is how I want to help you in the case of the handicap, so you are able to recover. Remember. First of all, for the collective list, you do it on the first day 3 times energy transfer, and you choose the individual case for the severe, meaning the handicaps, or the one with cancers, or the one with a severe injury. On the first time you transfer energy, you receive and send 3 times, and the following days you do it only once. Now, in the case of eating, all the food that you store, let's say, for example, in the past you transfer energy to the food, but now in your family, let's say you sit in a dining table. I know a number of you, each person they may be sitting somewhere. I know they may be sitting in a poor family. They may be sitting with a bowl of rice in another room. Each of them, they sit somewhere else. For example, let's say in a corner of the house. Or there are many families that I know, since they don't have enough money, when the husband takes care of the children, the wife eats, so they cannot eat together. So they each eat individually. So when you eat, all you need is you transfer energy to your plate. For example, your bowl of rice that you are eating, you only receive energy from the light of aura of God, and you send to the bowl of rice, and you can eat for yourself. You go to a, let's say, a restaurant or a party. Let's say you attend a party, a dinner. When you sit on the table, you receive energy from the light of aura of God, and you send the energy to the whole table, so that whole table. So in that party, everyone will benefit. So it is not mean that in the past, each plate that you have to transfer energy, now you transfer the energy to the whole, so that all of the toxic or the poison in the whole table that will be neutralized. It is not like for each plate or each table that you have to transfer energy like in the past. So that's how I explained for you clearly on that point. In the past, it was complicated. Maybe you forget when you eat on the table with your family members. Let's say 8 person in the table. Let's say, for example, in the future, when you go to a party, you eat with me. You just receive the energy from the light of aura of God and you transfer it to the table. But remember, starting from the 19th, you can do it, not tonight. You cannot do it tonight. You try to learn until the 19th you can apply. Now go on, next question.
I would assume that we are already in this technique of no transferring energy, working with the aura of with the aura of God, the energy of the light aura of God. Then based on this, my question is, can we start experiencing with technique, light aura, in order for us to have some experience and ask questions regarding this experience? That's my question. Thank you very much, dear master.
Okay, Kazan, you have a beautiful lighting balance. Background very bright in the front, I can't see anything. Especially when you talk, Farhad, you had the background in the back. There's a lot of light and no details on your face.
Now let me share with you. Now you just learned not more than 2 hours, more or less about a few hours of the lecture. I just mentioned to you, you'd have to try to learn until the 18th. After you end the 18th, on the 19th, and you can apply. If in terms of your question, you may have a lot of questions. Let's say about the brain of historic man to receive the light of auras of God, to transfer energy to where, and what to do, and how you do it. I just mentioned like that. There are so many questions you can come up with. First of all, now when you don't have the capacity to experiment, to try it. So what is that for? So I just give you one clue. Today, I do not transfer energy for you, and each of my words, that is the energy I send directly to your brain. Now with your brain you receive already, but the energy I transfer to you, so you are able to apply. One time, I receive energy for you, so you are able to use the brain of Pacific man, and secondly, I share with the experience through your question, to my answers in the past 45 minutes. That is for you to start to begin to understand, to know the effect when you are using the brain of Pacific man. There are so many questions that can come up. If you try to attempt to experiment, you don't have the capacity yet. So you try. Now we only learned, you did not learn about 3 hours. After the 3 days, I'm afraid that you don't have enough time. You are maybe afraid that you don't have time to do it. I tell you, through this, if you want to experiment, you don't have to wait or rush. You remember, in the past 45 minutes, I mentioned to you, eventually with your job, with your professions, with your business, all of this means that I have decided one time, the decision is up to you. I do not have any rules or regulation. I leave it to you all the freedom of choice. Listen carefully. If you really want to learn, and as you want to learn about the brain of prehistoric man, and that brain of prehistoric man will change your life, change your career, listen carefully. I give you all the freedom of choice. And the brain of prehistoric man will change your life, change your body. So you listen carefully. That's all I can say. If you understand or not, if you try to practice, try to wait until the 19th to put into real practice. So now we have 2 questions. So in Australia, 2 questions from Australia now. So one Thai student, one Vietnamese student. So two students, one Thai and one Vietnamese. So okay, so let me read the questions easy. I thought I can read the question, but it was written in Thai. We understand when you mention about receive energy from the aura. Where is the aura? So we can receive. And when we send, how do we send? On this, we are still have doubt. We cannot visualize it. That's the first question. The second, the antenna models that we have now. How do we receive energy to the antenna models now? Third, when it is needed, do we need to practice with a heartbeat or not? Now, I want to elaborate for you further so you can understand clearly. I had mentioned answer for you, but the student in Thailand who want to know, to share further, I have mentioned already, on Earth, we are still dependent on the universe, the knowledge of the universe. But the light of the auras of God cover the entire universe. God created the universe. Doesn't mean that the universe can create God. For that reason, in the seminars in the past, I have trained you to use universal energy, the energy from the light of the sun, the stars, all of this form I taught you already. Feel it? You think about the light of aura of God, it's there. Only you need to think about it. You think about it meaning that you receive. When you receive, then you can send, just like when you receive and send the light of the star to the patient individually or collectively in the past. You think it's there and then you send. So for that reason, the time from 1 second to 2 seconds, not even 5 seconds. 5 seconds is still so slow. Each time when you receive and you send. Just like right now, you sit right here, you think of the light of the auras of God and you send right away. The light of you think about the light of auras of God and you send right away 3 times to the individual or to collective list for the first time. That is how I want to share with you about the technique, how you can apply with the right technique, so you are able to help them with the sickness. In the case of antenna models, to this question, I want to share with you the antenna models. In the past, you receive energy from the light of the stars. So now you receive energy from the light of the auras of God. You transfer energy once a day. That's all. You don't have to do it 6 times. Just receive and send once to the antenna. That's all. And this one time in the future, with the light of the auras of God, that can create the electricity, so you can use in an infinite way, not like in a limited way. Remember, each day, once a day. Listen carefully. You take notes on that. In the case of heartbeat, you don't have to practice a heartbeat anymore. For yourself, listen carefully. Each day, for yourself. You sit like this. Whether you are sick or not, each day, this is for your own benefit. When you complete the class about the brain of prehistoric man, each day you sit. Whether you are sick or before you wake up, for example, you receive the energy from the light of auras of God, you send it to your head 3 times. Anything that you can forget, but on this you shouldn't remember. And after that, starting from the 19th on, you receive the light of the auras of God, and then you send to the earth 3 times. And then for the second day, you do it once. And then you continue. Let's say, for example, on earth, any country, if there are catastrophe, if that country has catastrophe, you receive the light of the auras of God and you send to that region on the first day 3 times, and the following days you send once. Listen carefully on that. Only especially starting today, you use the brain of prehistoric man. Each day you do not forget. Just like when you use the brain of prehistoric man constantly, And with that constant use so that you can excel, receive the light of the energy of the light of auras, sending to the brain of prehistoric man. That means your brain, you do that to yourself 3 times a day when you wake up. However, a number of you, due to the fact that you work at night or night shift, let's say you work a night shift, when you go in the morning, when you go before you go to sleep, for example, a number of you who are working night shift, for example, let's say sometimes you go home at 2 a.m. or 6 a.m., 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. before you go to sleep to recover from the day work. So you receive the energy from the light of auras of God, you send to your head 3 times, and then you can go to sleep. These are the case that you are working night shift. Now, most of you, usually you work in a day shift, or you work in your own business. So 95% of you, usually you sleep at night, and in the morning when you wake up, the first thing you do is you receive energy from the auras of God and send to your head 3 times. And then another, let's say your country where you are, the country and the town where you reside, in the past you send twice to the country and to the town where you reside. The reason I mentioned like this, because a number of you, let's say you from one country, you reside in another country, but the country where you currently reside, then each day you transfer energy to the earth and you transfer energy to your country where you reside. That's all you need to do. You don't have to send to the town where you live. You take note on that point. And that is on the first part. And on the second part, this is the student. That is the first question already. Now I read the question and I'll answer for you. This is the question from one of the doctors who follow me for more than 10 years. He's asked, in the level 13 plus, you mentioned about spiritual sexual unification. In the class about brain of prehistoric man, if this formula, is there any change about the formula? Can you teach us? For those who can still be conceived, let's say if we want to choose to have a boy or a girl as the child, like for us as a couple, now it is too late for us to have children, because they have a surgery. So basically, in the term of spiritual sexual unification, and for those who have going through the surgery, so they can still conceive or not. So now, through this question, let me answer for you, or perhaps this doctor, he's afraid that he might forget. So I want to you can apply. You cannot even experiment. It is dangerous. So you cannot experiment. Now I teach you. In the past, when you were in the level 13 plus, before you receive energy of the light of a star, so now you receive the energy of the light of aura of God. You send to your mate, to your wife. The wife sent to the husband sent to the wife. Now for you, in the case of spiritual sexual unification, for those who are single, if you have the free time, when you receive the light of the energy of the aura of God, you can send to all the countries. You send to the hospital, to the prisons, to any of the location that you know. That is in the case of the spiritual sexual unification that you can apply for those, especially those who are single, or priests or monks. Let's say one of you, let's say in your couple, one of you who are in this class, in the class of the brain of prehistoric man, and you can send to your mate. And let's say your mate who is in level 11 up to level 13, they can apply in their own technique to send to you. For those of you who have boyfriend or girlfriend who do not learn UE, you can send energy, but then your mate, and let's say you learn the class of the brain of prehistoric man, you can help your mate. It is better, but then they cannot send energy to you, so you can only benefit 50%. Because 100% you send to your mate who are not in this class or who did not learn EWE. However, if for you learn the EWE, both of you learn in this same class, then there will be a lot of changes in your body. This is officially you are using the brain of prehistoric man. You can see that totally changes. So you don't have to practice with a heartbeat. Listen carefully. So you will see the effect between this sexual relationship between the husband and the wife. Now, in the case of conception, having children, I remember in 1996 when I had a meeting in Holland, a number of you who asked, in the case of pregnancy, how come in the human world, in the recent centuries, they need to use 9 months for pregnancy. Recently, I saw in the case of premature birth, the child is only a few grams. Not to mention some of the premature birth, only in 6 months they have to be in a special care. So all of these situations. Now, I had mentioned to you about 8 years ago in Holland, I mentioned in the future, in the human world, we will have 80 billions, not just like 6 billion now. Perhaps we can generate the children. In the case of medical science, my wife had mentioned to me, the man through the medical research, I don't know about this, but through the medical research, it seemed like the man, they can nurture the fetus inside the intestine in the following days. I do not know whether God will teach us the technique if you want to choose a boy or a girl. In the past, let's say with the process of birth control. So in the next few days, I perhaps will let you to know more about this, about childbirth. In the case of regenerating, let's say for example, in the case of the egg, I cannot confirm yet, but in a few days I will wait until how God will reveal, so I can teach you. There will be a change in the environment. In the case of giving birth or conception, I cannot teach yet, I cannot confirm yet. So you wait until the next few days, because whatever I needed, I will teach you today and tomorrow. And in the case of production, in the case of choosing the boy or a girl, the gender of the child, or for those women who have gone through the surgery, so all this issue I will teach you perhaps the next day or the last day. However, I learned a part of it, but it's not as clear yet. Perhaps in the future, we can create a person in a physical body, and that physical body is nurtured by energy, universal energy. The reason that we can do it, as you can remember, on this, whether it is right or wrong, because a number of people who in the world, they believe, and a number who do not believe. It is up to the people in the past from 2,000 years until now. You are from a Catholic background, whether you believe or not, it is up to you. But if the deities who use a person without the male who can give birth, that was 2,000 years ago, in one of the town in Israel, she gave birth to that one person, and that person right now with the billion people know, and that is Jesus Christ. You are from Christian, you are from Christianity, you know about the Virgin Mary with the Immaculate Conception that God has sent down. That is the birth of Jesus Christ, that billions of people who for the past 2,000 years until now, we worship Him. If they can do it 2,000 years ago, so now I believe perhaps we can do even more, better. But then I will give you the answer either on tomorrow or at least on the last day. Listen carefully. Just like 200,000 years ago, the people, they do not need the body and the spirit, they can travel out to space. So in the case of creating all of the living creatures, it's not as difficult. Hundreds of millions of years ago on this earth, we can create all the living creatures. That is from the brain of prehistoric man. So it doesn't mean that now we cannot do it. But at least on the last day of the class, I will explain more on this point for you. So now we try to concentrate to learn about how to use the brain of prehistoric man for the fate of mankind. Right now, people are suffering. We have to prepare to use the brain of prehistoric man so we can help humanity to reach a state of heaven on earth, so that we can live in a light in the world. Just like the Long Hoa meeting that is from the Asian tradition, or from European that you've been waiting for, that new age, that is the Long Hoa meeting, meaning all the people with happiness. I hope that, and all of us, we hope for that. So with all of our hopes, we are the first one who are the pioneers who do first. Me, you, all of us, we are officially starting from today. We learn about how to use the brain of prehistoric man so that on April 19th we can apply. Go on to the next question.
What I believe, it's going about a star, the light which comes here to Earth. It takes a long time. It's about this energy coming from it. So the energy of a star, when it collapses, so it explodes, it takes maybe a long time. The energy, it takes maybe 1 minute. And then they say the energy coming out of it, it's 1 billion times the energy of the sun. If it takes in half a minute, it's 2 times stronger even. Now, what I recognize suddenly, by not seeing energy in stars anymore, but in nothing. So meaning no time is the highest energy. That's what I saw 2 weeks ago. Then I've got another question about DNA, the relationships with prehistoric brains. What I saw was one DNA string is the normal human, 3 DNA string is the indigo child, and 3 DNA string, I don't know, 6 DNA string is the crystal child. I heard you were also talking about this, the children of the sun. Who are they?
Now for the past, before we start the class, I give you a 45 minutes lecture. I had mentioned to you that now our spirit is smaller than the soul of the self, but we have the infinite power. Supposedly, when you come to learn the brain of prehistoric man, we are able to have the power to create all of the living creatures. That 3 billion years ago, God had sent that person down to do it. Now 3 billion years later, time and space has changed on this earth. The earth is so small. Only on this earth we have the human world. That was 3 billion years ago. All the other planets, I know they do not have the human society, human world. They never have the humans. Only in this place right here, this is the place that God can test to see how human can excel. Then God will allow us to use the brain of prehistoric man that we've been waiting for 3 billion years now. With everything that I teach you for the past 14 years, there's not recorded in any books. There's no scientist who mentioned about this. They only just imagine, but in theory, but they cannot put into practice. You need to confirm with this. I confirm this 100% for you. They write all of theory, they have all of the research. But you need to remember, they write the books and research, but only in theory. They cannot even put into practice. You can compare through the time that you learn, through the time that you practice. In the previous levels, I want to avoid losing the time. I just want to go direct into the point. So now we are using the brain of prehistoric man that I had mentioned to you. With everything that they had created, God had allowed us to do it 3 billion years ago. So now we are able to contribute. The human, we reached that state already. That is for the humankind. It is not just for us, for you and me alone. In that sense, we are selfish. And if we are selfish, God will take us back for the second time, just like in the past. We have violated that in the past. That was 200,000 years ago. We do not want to violate that again. That is on the part of the scientist research about the explosion from the star releasing the infinite a lot of amount of energy. The less time, the more powerful end of the energy. But now we are smallest. You can mention like in a few. We are perhaps lower than the zero state. Listen carefully. For that reason, now that you are able to learn about the brain of prehistoric man, I confirm with you that the humankind, we will have wisdom and enlightenment. Before we reach wisdom and enlightenment, we will see there is a chaotic time of the changes for the positive, for the happiness. It is not that it is for fear and worries. Everything will change beyond the imagination in the human world. We change a step at a time, starting from the end of April, and it will change from very fast to the end of this year, so that we'll have peace for the humankind. Listen carefully on this. Today, you, me, all of us, that God had give us the brain of prehistoric man so that we can share to help mankind. And therefore, with everything that you learned in the past, perhaps you may think in this form, that form, good, bad, right, wrong, high, low. Now this all stop. God will stop that, so that we are able to completely use the brain of prehistoric man. That this is the first class I teach you. In the case, as you know, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a medical doctor. However, I learned the lesson from the deities with all of the DNA strings according to the scientist research. In the scientific term, they use 1 string, 2 strings, 3 strings. In the terminology or in the documents that about 9 years ago, in December 1995, starting when I teach you the level 5.1, about 2,200 of you from 48 countries who came to Geneva to learn. I only taught you how to use chakra 6. In the level 5.1, you can transfer energy to help the pineal gland, the pituitary gland, to stimulate, to halt the aging process, to protect your health. Only in level 5.1. The environment has changed since last class until now today. So I hope that you, this is the highest level in UE in the future. They will research your brain at the present time. After you complete the class of the brain of prehistoric man, what are the percentage that you use the brain? I don't know about how they use in the research about the DNA, or how they measure the indigo child. But according to the books, that a number of the book that were written, I don't know for how long, the scientists, for those who are the best in the world, in the physical world, they use only 5 or 6% of the world. I don't know how many percentage they use in the case of the indigo child. But for you, after you complete the class of the brain of prehistoric man, for sure many scientists will research on you. How come in your brain you are a normal person, you are using a higher percentage of it? Perhaps equal or better than this indigo child. At that time, the scientists will make a big question mark. And then everything you can rest assured. You think that after the scientists come to you, you don't know how to answer. It is just like me, for example. 30 years ago, I don't know anything. And then after 30 years, I start to go teaching, and I know a lot to contribute, to give opinion, to help people in many aspects in life when you are at a deadlock. And you, in a similar way, a step at a time, slowly, I help you. You would be just like me, so that you can serve humanity. If you think that if you are incapable, so how can you help others? So in the case of your research in the field of science, how you measure the brain, how do they analyze about the DNA string? But for us, the scientists cannot measure us. But the scientists, the medical doctors, they would be so surprised. How come when our brain, the scientists had research in a degree of intelligence, we're not equal to them in reality. If our brain, comparing like for the scientists, we are using perhaps only 2 or 3%, then in that we don't have the special ability. So you can do this or do that to change the environment in this way or that way. They would measure you, they would experiment you, and you can do it in front of them. Then your brain, your degree of intelligence is not it is not sufficient to meet the demand, but it's beyond their imagination. So that's why they have a big question mark. At that time, it will be you who answer to them. You don't have the capacity to answer. I would answer to help you. I mentioned already. You, with my photo, listen very carefully. 24 hours. When I teach you the class about the brain of prehistoric man, now you are one with me 24 hours. In the past, me and God, we are one 24 hours. God has sent the brain of prehistoric man to me, to you, so you and me, we are connected 24 hours. If you know this and you understand this, then you don't have fear anymore. In reality, you may have fear. I myself, in the past, I had fear. I had fear until from Vietnam. From Vietnam, I had fear until now. 30 years ago, as I learned, God, I believe in God. Buddha and Christ, I believe in them. But then my physical body, due to limited knowledge, I don't know much. But then, after I left my country, since 1985, and after 13 years of learning, I left Vietnam to go abroad. Only then I would believe. But I only believe in up to 95%, not 100%. That's the truth I share with you. I know it because I only know that God guide me, and God experiment my body and my spirit to travel out to space 12 years ago, and that would help me to increase my faith a little. Only up to 95%. That's all I can share. I believe in God. I believe in Christ and Buddha. Only 95%, not even 100%. And after this class, to see if I can totally believe 100% or not, I cannot say it yet because I'm very careful. I learn and I have to learn and apply it. Then I can believe, but I am not even to believe 100%. I know myself. I cannot even have believe 100%. Only 95%. I want to see after I teach you from now to the end of April to see if the rest of the 5% do I believe. That's my case. For you, you mentioned to me many times. You say, Master, you learn to level 5.1. I believe 100%. You believe in God 100%. That's what you say. But you only said that, but you only believe in God only the first hour. The next hour you forgot, and then 3 months later you say you learn level 5.1. You say that you believe in God 100%, and then you say that when you go to level 5.2, you say to me that you believe in God 101%. But then afterwards you leave. When you go to the class, you hear people saying, and then you go back home with all the bills and your work, and then you forgot about it. So now with all the bills that come to you, perhaps this is only a blank bill. Listen carefully. You know what it is? You don't have to worry because people take care of you already. You listen to it. Listen about this. I tell you, you should go on to do the work. I'm only just joking. Do not just go home and quit the job and then that'll create a lot of problems. So it is depending on each of you, your situation. I just want to share with you a few. Eventually, you have the opportunity that the scientists will experiment on you. In the case of astrophysics, in the case of genetic engineering, they would research, so especially for those of you in the field of medical science, you have made an opportunity to contribute in the case of the DNA strings. And it is you yourself, you experiment, and you yourself, you experiment on others, and they will experiment on you. And through these experiments, you would be effective because it is not us or for ourselves, but it is for the benefit of the humankind. Eventually, in your country, you would be the favored child in your country, in your land. As I had mentioned to you, eventually there will be not just one Master LeuOng MInh. Now I'm preparing to teach more than 1,500 Master LeuOng MInh now. You listen carefully. Recently, I had mentioned to you, you would be like my shadow. you would be with me just like a shadow, my shadow, 24 hours. I have learned this in the past. Now you and me, now you and me is one. Now you and me is one. I just share with you that good news. Whether you want to receive it or not, it's up to you. But my responsibility of my spirit is right next to you to help you so that you can complete the way that you can use the brain of prehistoric man. So now we'll take a break. Now we'll take a break and then we can resume later. I keep on talking. I forgot about the break time. So now we disconnect.
Say đắm bên đàn đang như bông hoa ngàn, thương yêu vô vàng, nguyện thề non nước sẽ không hề lìa tan. Chuông đổ chùa xa, chiều tan trường về, điệp cùng đang chung bước. Cuối nẻo đường đi, đôi bóng hẹn mùa thi, lan khóc đời người thiên. Lần cuối gặp nhau Lan khẽ nói, thương mãi nghe anh, em yêu anh chân thành, yêu duyên không thành. Đẹp ơi Lan cắt tóc quên đời vì anh. Nhưng ai đâu ngờ lời xưa đã chứng minh khi đời tan vỡ. Lan đau buồn quá khi hai điệp đã đi xây mộng gia đình. Ai nào biết cho ai đời qua chùa cài riêng đành đỡ vì anh. Bao nhiêu niềm vui cũng vùi chôn từ đây, vùi chôn từ đây. Lỡ một cung đàn, phải chăng tình đời là vòng dây quang trái. Nếu vì tình.
And also this is the highest class in UV school for the past 14 years of teaching. After my 30 years of learning today, I have been waiting for this day. And all of you, you have been waiting for this day. We wait so that we reach the state of wisdom and enlightenment so we can serve humanity. So you listen carefully. Therefore, I understand for you. You remember, so I can remind you again so you know the details. Starting from today, from this hour, and from the past section, the past few hours until now, the first thing for you, this is for you, the student with the brain of prehistoric man. Those of you who are in this class, you can send the energy using the brain of prehistoric man officially. So for that reason, God allowed you with a special ability so you can protect yourself, so you have wisdom and enlightenment, so you have the opportunity to serve God, meaning to help your family, society, and the people in the world. So I remind you again, before you step out of your bed. Let's say you still wake up, still on your bed in the morning when you wake up. Before you do anything, first you receive energy from the light of the aura of the God. Receive and send to your head. Receive, send to your head. Receive, send to your head. Each time when you receive and send, not more than 5 seconds maximum. The faster you can do it, the better. So this is for yourself. You cannot just send and receive more than 5 seconds. Each time when you receive and send, the maximum may be 2 seconds. But if you are so slow, then 2 or 3 seconds. But do not do it more than 5 seconds. So here is 5 seconds. I allow you to practice with the 5 second time that was in your level 13 plus. So now you officially use the brain of prehistoric man Therefore, you take care of yourself first. Now, all of the other situations you don't have to worry about. Just think about this one first for yourself. Each day, for you need to train yourself. So instead of practicing meditation, instead of practicing the pyramids, instead of meditation in one form or the other, this is a way to protect your brain, the brain of prehistoric man that God had allowed you to use, so that you can apply to be more successful. You can forget all of the other techniques. Only you take care of yourself first. That is the thing you need to remember. When you wake up, the first thing you do, receive the energy from the light of the auras, receive the energy of the light of God, receive to you and send to you, receive, send to you, receive, send to you. So you do that for yourself. You do that 3 times. And if you still remember the other one, you receive the energy from the light of the aura of God, then you can, on the first day to do the healing, you do it 3 times. So instead of doing to yourself, you do it to the earth 3 times on the first day. And then from the second day and on, there's no limit of the number of days. From the second day on, you can send the energy to the earth only once. And let's say your country, where you reside, you receive energy from the light of the auras of God, and you send to your country once each day. Beside the fact, from the second day on the earth, you do it once, and you send it to your country where you reside once. That is how you do it for the energy transfer. Let's say you love your family members, your parents, grandparents, and children and grandchildren, from the age of infant to adult. So let's say your collective list right here. The collective list that you use to transfer energy, starting from the level 7 to up to the level 7, level 13 plus, the list consists of 2 to many people. On the first day, you receive the light of the end of the aura of God sent to your list 3 times. Receive, send, receive, send, receive, send 3 times, and that's done for the first day. And then starting from the second day on, you receive the light of the aura of God sent to the list once. That's all you do. That is how I summarize for you, in short and precise for you, so you can remember the technique. And one more time, I just want to repeat one more time, and that's all. You can forget anything, let's say you can forget transfer energy to the earth, transfer energy to the country, to the collective. You can forget about that, but never forget about energy that you send to your brain, the brain of prehistoric man, for yourself. You need to take note carefully and remember this. You spend the time and effort to follow me 14 years to learn. You've been spending the time and effort to learn, to research for many years. And this year, this is one of the invaluable gifts that I do not want to say you've been waiting for millions of years. This is a gift that never exists from the past 200,000 years until now. The people in Atlantis did not inherit this. So at this time, you are very fortunate that you are present on this earth. You have the special ability that is the blessing that God had given to each of you, so that you can serve humanity. That is how I summarize for you, so you understand, so you don't get confused. All the points I just mentioned to you, these are the basics that are very important, starting from the time when you use the brain of prehistoric man. So you listen carefully and take notes, so you can apply correctly. Only in that manner you would be able to meet the demand, always using the brain of prehistoric man, and you can excel on that. In parallel to that, you listen carefully in order to not to lose time. So anything that you need me to clarify for you, I would do it, because the subject is still new. And when you apply using the technique that you use the brain of prehistoric man, with the means that you learn from the past up to the level 13 plus, you understand, you know the subject, but you leave it to the one who follow later. These are the students in the future. So now I allow you to continue on to ask questions.
And all the people that made it possible for us to be here. Dear Master, during the level 5, I asked Dr. Dek about making a universal school in a way that we teach all the governments how to love each other, instead of making universities to make wars. like kind of university that they teach you army stuff. Okay. And Dr. Deck mentioned, and Dr. Deck responded to me that we are here, this school is the school of love. And during the level 13 plus, I ask you, dear master, that where is the place of soul in our body? And you guided me that the soul is like a pocket, is surrounded. Your body is surrounded by this pocket, by this soul. Dear master, now my question is, in this level you are teaching us about the human, how to use the primitive human minds. Would you please tell us what is the brain of prehistoric man? And where is it located in our head? Does it have any physical place in our head, or is this some metaphysical term that you are using? Would you please correct me if I have understood you, whether I'm going after the right thing? Thank you.
Now at the present time, we are learning about the brain of prehistoric man. All the books in the past, they did not write it wrongly. They were correct. That is to bring a means to help the human evolution to progress. Each time in each cycle, they are appropriate in each time in each cycle. But in reality, I tell you, all the books, they're all inaccurate, because nobody would really know how to write. So, but we base on the information from all of these books, so that help us to reach the wisdom and enlightenment in the physical form, in the physical shape. Just like for the past few class, I had mentioned to you, we use all of the means. We always thank and appreciate God, as God gave us the means to help to develop spiritually and physically. And after we develop, then we leave this means for others to follow, to develop, so they are able to reach just like us in our state, to develop spiritually and physically. Just like I mentioned to you, we are able to go over the books because we are learning the books from the deities. If for the past 14 years, as I teach you, using the books of the world, then we follow in the same cycle, in the same circle. Like in the human world, they mentioned about advancement. But what are the advancement? How much they can contribute to humankind for the recent centuries? They have millions of books. They have thousands and millions of books all over the world mentioned about meditation, receiving messages from the deities. There are so many forms mentioned about the different state, different entity of the spiritual bodies. I use this means to help you to develop by using the body in the physical body and the spiritual body. Who believe in the existence of the spirit? Nobody know. Who are our spirit? There are so many books that mention about this is the light of God, the light of the universe. They mention about the light that are divided into all of the light, the living creatures are all one, but they are all in one body of God. So I just base all these means from these books to help you to develop. Up until this moment, when you, me, all of us, we use the brain of prehistoric man, it is not so. When I announce like this, as I teach you, just like recently I had mentioned, perhaps I would go into hiding, because all of the secret in the universe I reveal to you. It never exists on this earth. And nobody would properly research on this subject. All the books from the past until now, as I had mentioned to you already, there were so many people who spent the time to write the books to help us with the means for the past several thousands of years. Before the time of Buddha and after the time of Buddha, they wrote so many books to leave behind for the people to learn. These are the means, the purpose, to help us with the way to develop and to encourage people to do good and stay away from evil. These are dogma. There are so many philosophies from the masters, they receive the message from the past, they teach us, but then all of that up until this moment, how many people can grasp? After right now we have 6 billion, how many in 6 billion can grasp? So I base on all of this subject about the spirit, about the light of the speck of God, all of that now it is finished. Why? Listen carefully. Universal energy. Who is universal energy? Who is the prehistoric man? Who is the one who created all the living creatures? God. God allows us to use this. Slowly from the beginning time, 3 billion years ago until now, this moment, we base on the level of time and space. Everything has changed depending on the time and space and the destiny of the human race. But as we are on this world, the scientists do not have a chance to prove, and do not have any books properly researched to prove. Just like 2 days ago, I had mentioned about the pyramids. The scientists, they cover all of the truth. So it is not always clear for the people. And when they try to hide the truth, nobody would know except all of the yogi masters. They were also being covered. All of them are being covered. Just by the topics of the pyramids, I proved to you. So they could not see the truth. There's no rocks. You can build a house. The means you have all of the cement. If you don't even have enough cement, your house would be broken. So not to mention like in the middle of the Sahara Desert, without any stone, where do they find the stone to build the pyramids? So now we talk about the brain of prehistoric man as the nutrients in the world, as we are being nurtured by the nutrients in the physical forms and through the genetic. And they mentioned about the research of the this gene and that gene. That is based on medical science, but it is still limited knowledge. Today I mentioned to you, when you use the brain of prehistoric man, the gene can create the physical body, but there is no soul. But then now I teach you how to use the brain of prehistoric man, so that you have the wisdom, how you can reach wisdom, so that you can protect this brain. The people from the original time when God created in the beginning, they know everything. It is not like us. When we are born, we know nothing. For that reason, the scientists, they knew about the brain. If we can use 100% capacity in the brain, but how come we can only use only 4%? And since for us, if we are good, then how can all the spirit can enter the body? The body and the spirit as unity, and we use the brain of prehistoric man. The people 200,000 years ago in Atlantis, they do not know about this. Therefore, we die. The nutrients that nurture the physical body, after it dies, dust back to dust, it will return back to universal energy. And you mentioned about the wandering soul in the case of evil spirit. You know who are they? All of those, they are the powerful virus that they enter. And you mentioned that you detect from chakra 3 down, chakra 3 up, and then you place your hand here and you do the 3 breaths, and then you use the energy. The energy that you use, that God allowed you to use to neutralize all of the virus. And this powerful virus, these are in the form of like evil spirit. After 30 years of learning, now I give you that answer. Now they have millions of books already. They had deceived the world for thousands of years. So now we talk about the body, the spirit, about the etheric body, so many different bodies of the entity of the human. And they mentioned about the Spirit of God enter and they send a message about heaven, man, and earth unity, and then how do we love each other. Only just one man eat more than the other, you already start a fight already. So today I just unveil for you when I teach you about the brain of prehistoric man. That's why I reveal to you clearly. So now from our standpoint, how come I advise for you to pray from the past until now, to pray through your practice? Why? So that you learn through all of this, that for millions and billions of years that we have been covered in the human race, we are being covered in the dark. When when we could not use the brain of prehistoric man for the second time. The first time it was 3 billion years ago. This is the second time. So therefore, from a Catholic standpoint, they mention that after death we go to heaven. If we have sinned, we go to hell. There's none. Because dust going back to dust. Because it is, the body is nurtured by the nutrients and the food. As so we die, we go back to the dust, back to the land, to the soil. So they mentioned about several thousand of years of research about the gene, research about the brain. I tell you the truth. They only know 1/1,000,000th. They don't know anything. Because they use only the normal brain. So with a normal brain, how do they know? So you can see our brain with 100, we can only use 5 or 6%. So how do we properly research? Even though something you know, you may not be even accurate. I tell you the truth. But I have to use the books in the human world so that I can prove to you. With all of the lecture that I learned from the deities, all of the explanation I give to you, it is from the deities. But I use the books, the document from the world to prove to you. With everything that you have gone through, you learn through, and I keep on I do not have to explain. It takes a long time. So now you know all of these things. You can create living creatures. So then you can see what is the state of your body and spirit. And eventually, we'll be so light because we are nurtured by the universal energy. Our wisdom, in a very simple terminology, that in human we mentioned about magic power, that we can be invisible. That is through the training. And through the training in the class I have mentioned to you, you're training the physical body, and the physical body might have this effect or that effect. And they mentioned in the book that men had lived for thousands of years. They didn't die, so they could not die. So how can you measure their long life? I would prove to you all of that point. So I confirm with you already. Eventually, you will be experimented by the scientists that the deities had directly revealed to me. So I want to share with you, so you will be so surprised. And eventually, you yourself, you use the brain of prehistoric man. You would think, and you would have. You think, and you would have it. I don't want to say for others, you can control them according to your will, but as you send the energy from the light of the auras of God, and with the brain of prehistoric man that you use, you can see whether it is from God or not. You can see if that program is from God or is it from the human world. If it is from the human world, then it would be changed into a positive way. And in that positive way, it is according to the will of God. So come back to the point. If you mentioned about the wandering soul, the soul that exists for many lifetimes through the training, many years of trainings, then how come you mentioned about the soul? It is so subtle. Now let's say when you are only 3 years old, do you know anything? When you were 3 years old, do you remember the people that held you when you were 3 years old? Do you remember them? If they die, do you remember them? No, you don't. For sure you don't know. I still remember from the age of 5, but the age of 3 I cannot remember. I am fortunate that God had loved me, who allowed me that with my memory I can remember up to from the time of 5 years of age. My brain, I do not know what happened. At this moment, my parents are poor, my family are poor, but my brain, about 50 years ago, I still remember the things happened to me 50 years ago. When I die and I remember, I still remember. Now it is more than 50 years. So I see it is no strange. So eventually, as you know how to use the brain of prehistoric man, you can see the change in your body. Whether you believe or not, you will. Because it is for the benefit that God had given to you in order to help mankind. Perhaps when I mentioned about this, everything would change. But then, through the past 14 years of teaching, I had covered everything. Based on the books, because you like the books, you like the fake, I want to teach you the fake. Now it's time for me to teach you the truth. I use a fake books and a fake means to help your body and your spirit to develop. So now you are really developed now. And if you don't want to develop, it is up to you. The lesson we have, with this lesson, we have to solve all the problems that after the 30 years of my learning and 14 years of teaching, so that you can really reach wisdom. Now, if you only take care of or thinking about the wandering soul, about the big spirit and the small spirit, and try to take care of all of them, all this. So all of that is based on the normal brain, human brain. The brain of prehistoric man doesn't have any of those. So from that, it is for the purpose of helping mankind. So therefore, when I received the original copy of the brain of prehistoric man, I gave it to you. So now you and me, we are one. I am always next to you to help you. You do not call on me, I'm there already. From now to the future. Because you, me, all of us, we are the instrument of God to serve. And I'm just fortunate that I can help you with all of the problem you face. I can help you so that we can hold hands together to carry out. So now I train 1,000, more than 1,500 of you. These are the 1,500 Master LUONG MINH DANG, starting from today. And eventually in the near future, I don't know when, whether I can have another session or not, I do not know. So after this seminar, one more time, I want to tell you from now to the end of April, who knows there are many changes. You will be so surprised. And on these changes, that is up to you. The changes, it is for the benefit of mankind in a positive way. This is not the way we are talking to mystics. This is not too abstract. We have to go directly to the point so we can carry out. I know for sure that you can use the brain of prehistoric man, really use the brain of prehistoric man. If you mention about the indigo chow, research about these DNA strings, that can, the composite of the DNA structure, I do not want to say that you are wrong, but based in the changes of the environment, based on the changes of the people, of the food, nutrients, of the country, of the weather, the changes in the time and space, on Earth there are totally changes. You mentioned about the DNA. Let's say, for example, you were born in Africa, then it means that your genetic code will be in Africa, and then you go, let's say you go to America for 10 years. So each time when you go to another location, your gene would change totally. So how can you base? You mentioned about the genetic code in the past, and so your ancestors, after they die, they carry with them. So what is there to carry out, to carry on? You can see the food, nutrients. When you can go over here, you are in Europe, for example. When you are able to, when you are fortunate, you go to Australia. If you are not fortunate, you are, let's say, in Africa. All you do is you eat the fruit in the trees, and you use herbs. You don't have any money to buy medication. In the same case like in Vietnam. So now we're talking about the genetic. Because of all of the medication that stimulate are active inside the body, then there are changes in the genetic. There are changes 100%, not just like 30 or 20%. So from one lifetime to another, there are so many mutations, so many changes. But then it's up to you to research, to study. That is your business. I don't have any comments. Today I just mentioned about the secret of the universe, the secret of the world and of the human. Eventually I'll tell you about my secret. But my secret, once I reveal that it is so difficult for you to see me, I tell you the truth. In this class, outside I thought that I'm joking, but when I reveal my spirit, how come I have to be on earth? You may be so surprised. On this, 13 years ago, the scientist, researcher in America had asked that I refuse. When they asked me to reveal myself, I do not refuse. Eventually I will. I hide it for more than 30 years. After I learn, then I would reveal to you. As I mentioned to you, because you want to know my secret. As you know, you want to know my secret. I have a book in EWE, all of the secret about my life, about my material life, the physical body, and then all of my journey from learning 30 years in spirituality. And once I reveal my secret to you, then it is not easy to see me. You have less chance to see me. It is not like right now I travel here and there to visit you. I tell you ahead of time because you want to go to the higher levels so you can learn. Whether you can see me or not, it is decided later. So the important part is you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man to be successful, to help not just for me, but we can contribute to help the humankind. That will include your country and your people and your family as well as others, people around you. That is how I want to share with you. To this the question from the student in Iran. I explained to you already. We do not have a soul. You know, the brain of prehistoric man in all of the physical body. As the physical body is nurtured by the nutrients in the physical form, let's say, for example, each of the hair follicle, they have a special ability. If not, then how come you just touch one of your hair, the hair on your arm, on your hand, and it has some sensitivity. So they are all means of communication in your body. If let's say you can control all of them in your body, so they are all focused to the brain, so that we can, so you can control them. So before you do that, you can forget to do the energy transfer to country, to individual, but you do not forget how to transfer energy to yourself. If you forget, then it is up to you. This is your own business. It is your main job for you to do, is to receive the energy from the light of the auras of God to send to your brain. That is one of the main sentence in this class that I want to share with you. You should not concentrate about the primary brain and then the right brain or the left brain and then the secondary part there, the mammal, the reptile part. And we are influenced in this way and that way it block you. That is 40 years of research already. They have done the research already. So now I see that the people had mentioned that when you meditate like this, all of the nervous system are connected. And then they took a photograph and they see this image and that image. These are 40 years of research. So you can see 40 years. In 40 years of limited research, how can they see the success? So that is how they research. I just want to advise for you, whether you can reach wisdom or you use a brain of prehistoric man or not. These are all the means from now to the past. That you need to appreciate God. Whether this means that you have good, bad, high, low, they're all the means to help you to discover the truth. And the truth here is the brain. That's today. God had agreed to let us apply and use. This is not abstract. This is going directly to the point to carry out with everything that I have taught you in the past 14 years to be able to carry out with success. So that's why now today from many countries in the world you concentrate here to learn with more than 1,500 of you. So that's how I explain for you. So perhaps after this lecture, after this class, we will change the environment. Our body will go through the changes. So go on, next question. Listen carefully. From the time I teach UE, starting in 1989 until now, on July 20th, 2004, that would be 15 years of my teaching. Through times, to each level I teach you, so that I hope that you can reach the wisdom and enlightenment, so you can help mankind. More than 2 million, about for those who are in the level 13 plus, So at least 50% of those of you in the level 13 plus had come to this class. So I explained for you nutrients, food that nurture in the brain. So we use less percentage of the brain in the physical form. But I have trained you for the past almost 15 years now. Somebody is still talking. Stop talking. I have trained you for the past 15 years with our wisdom. You thought that is from yours. But in fact, the wisdom that you have, you know, there's so many research from the scientists on the brain. The percentage of the brain is so little. So how can we reach wisdom? Therefore, through this question, I want to remind you in a simple way. About 30 years ago, I have learned the human can help the human. Beside the human, no one can help the human. And these are the humans that God had given the responsibility. That is you, me, all of us. If God did not give us that ability, then I tell you the truth. Now, we are still very naive. We do not have the clear mind that we are able to help all of the people in the world for the past 14 years. You know, in the world, I don't want to say much, but from the past 25 centuries until now, the two most dominant figures, these are Buddha and Christ that we know. Do you see any group of people, anyone who are just like me, who can teach you in 50, 60 countries in the world, and with 50, 60 different languages? And I'm a Vietnamese. That never existed. In a class we have at least 12 to 14 languages translating so that you can grasp my lecture. It never existed. From the time Buddha and Christ left, it never exists. If it did, then that means that the humankind had developed spiritually to reach wisdom and enlightenment with a new people. That is really the new people in the 21st century. That is how I share with you. It doesn't mean I tell you so that you can praise me, but I do not need this. In my life, when I'm here on this earth, is to remind your spirit, to remind your people, to help you with wisdom, to contribute to help mankind. That is how I want to share with you on that point. So if you think that a speck of the light as an energy or a special ability, so perhaps now I reach the wisdom, I can treat all of the sickness, leprosy, all of the severe sickness you can treat. Like I had mentioned to you in the past, if you do that, there will be a time of struggle. People, due to their self-interest, they would try to cause problem. I wait until this time. More than 30 years of learning, almost 15 years of teaching. All of you, you are by your fate and destiny, I gave it all to you, so you can serve. Because we wish to serve, as we are volunteered to serve with this wisdom. Then the one who can help you from lower to higher state of wisdom, there's no stranger. That person, that one is God. If God did not allow you to use that ability, if God did not allow you in the past, but now God officially allowed you. 30 years ago, I was able to know, but I could not reveal that to you due to your low level of consciousness. Through my lectures in the higher levels, that it is go beyond the knowledge 200,000 years ago. How come you can know this? The simple book that I had wrote in 1988 until now, almost 16 years that you are able to really apply. I learned from more than 30 years. I wrote a very simple book that took you almost 16 years that you are able to beginning to apply. Because God blocked me each step at a time, so that when the time is come, then it is available. The class is formed, then you can come to learn now in the 3 locations in Italy, Hungary, and in Australia, and then in Russia, so that all of you have a chance that I can teach you, I help you how to use the brain of prehistoric man in a short time. However, it is not so short. In 3 days, starting from the 4th day on, right next to you, your spirit day, I'm right next to you. I help you so that you, me, all of us will have a chance to help mankind. Therefore, all of your consciousness, you think that you will learn to reach intelligence and be smart. You don't. Only a small speck of the light, only a small light of the aura that God sent to your brain, sending to your physical body, that you are able to sense. You know this and that. You know exactly, clearly, and precisely what to do. In the past until now, for the past 30 years until now, I learned, but it's still the level is still so low. So therefore, for all the people, the one who is the judge and criticize the most, it is me. It doesn't mean that I say that so you have pity on me, but I just want you from now to the future, in your mind, you can have a clearer mind. Instead of fear, don't fear anymore. When you help people, don't worry, because the decision that God gave us, or the freedom of choice, these are the strangers. But the people, let's say in your family, perhaps you can cover or you can explain to them through your words, from now, after this class to the future. It will be very powerful, very powerful. It's not like simple comparing like in the past when you learn the level 13 plus to the past. I don't want to say that you have a powerful energy that you can do well in your business, or you use this energy that anywhere you travel, people would follow you so that they can benefit. They can benefit from the energy, the light of the auras of God, who sent to us and let us use it 24 hours a day. Therefore, in your mentality from now to the future, your mentality would be clearer and more precise. As God allowed you to use the brain of prehistoric man, that's the formula I have guide you each day. You have to send the light of the energy of the aura of God into the prehistoric brain so that you can apply. So all of the events will change. So from now on to the future, your opinion, I do not want to say 100%, but all of your opinion that you send out, regardless of any workplace or any place, they will agree with you 80%. If, let's say, you make a joke, they would believe in you. Even if you, let's say, for example, if you try to deceive people, then you would not be able to succeed. If you have an unbiased mind, in an unbiased mind, you mentioned that today, you just say that to the people that you think that you learn, you have the ability, you buy for $3 and then you try to sell it for $18, and then but when you profit, slowly you would go to bankrupt. You may have money, but let's say you make the profit of 22, but then suddenly you have to spend 40 or 60, then for sure you cannot be successful. You would go bankrupt. So in some way, you don't have to worry when you know how to really use the brain of prehistoric man, because God is the highest. Each day you receive the light of the aura of God, then you don't have to worry about anything. God allowed you to use the brain of prehistoric man, and God take care of your brain. You mean you think that God cannot take care of your brain? So don't worry about this. However, in the first hours, I have to encourage you with your work, with the job, you continue on with your daily lives. And when you start to use the brain of prehistoric man, then everything, if you do not have any calculation or plan, you leave it to God to take care of you. For sure, God can take care of you better. I do not force you that after you learn, you leave everything in the world. You can continue on with your life, continue on according to your will. If you cannot, or if you are not satisfied, then you can change. Let's listen carefully. In the past, if you fail, you feel sad. When you succeed, you are glad. But now, when you fail, you should be glad. You think you do it right, but in fact you are doing wrong. And when you see that you're wrong, and you should be glad because you are reaching the wisdom. Because in that way you can see the enhancement of the brain of prehistoric man. So from that perspective, you need to understand. Next question.
About this matter. Thank you very much indeed.
So perhaps a number of the translation may be not clear, and some of you, because of you really want it too badly. I mentioned that during the time when I teach the level 13 plus, if I can help you to open the chakra 1 or not. So if you want it now, perhaps right now, I can open the chakra 1 for you right now. But you can never use the brain of prehistoric man. Now, which one do you use? So which one do you choose? Do you want to open the chakra 1? Then on the last day you sit in a different room, I open the chakra 1 for you, and then you don't use the brain of prehistoric man. You will be just like a normal person that you can use the chakra 1. So now when I say this, you might be afraid. Now let me explain for you. All the books from the past until now, that in Russia they mentioned that not just me, in Russia, in India there were many masters that they opened the chakra 1. But then I asked, what is the purpose of opening chakra 1? The book never mentioned about it. What is it that you want to do with open chakra 1? Just to live long? To protect yourself? To have a lot of power for yourself? Or to show to people that you have magical power? Or is it to save mankind? That is how I explained for you on that point. And you still remember from the time you learn the level 6 with the chakras, with the pyramid, I mentioned to you all the chakras are just a way to help you to learn, to understand, because the books for the past 6-7 years and now they mentioned about the chakra system. When the level go to level 6, I mentioned there's no chakra system. Therefore, you transfer energy directly from the chakra 7. It covers the whole body. The energy travels to the whole body. It doesn't matter of which organ. But then due to the level of understanding, at that time, it is still, you're not able to grasp. You're still based on the chakra system. You know that for me, I plan that on the last day, I will tell you my secret. But then, as you mentioned, I just want to share with you a part. As you know, there's no yogi master on this earth. For thousands of years until now, nobody can sit and meditate and contact directly to God. I know none of them can do it. I learned through, I know none of them can do it. They have to go through lotus posture, to say all the ritual, mantra, to go 60 years of training. They couldn't even do it. I share with you on that. I just sat down and got the contact on the first day, on the first hour. That was about more than 30 years ago. And that was in the book of Iwi. They mentioned about my path in my life when I learned. I would send it out. The document. I just made 2,000 books in English and 1,000 books in Vietnamese. I will send to each of you one book, and slowly you will receive them. And that's how I share with you. So, what is you want to have power just like these Indian masters? This Indian master, they don't dare to go out to see anyone. For those who claim that they open the chakra 100%, they don't want to go out to see anyone because they are afraid. They don't dare to step out of the house. So, what is the purpose of opening chakra 1? So now you open the chakra 1, and each day you just stay at home and you go out to the public. You are afraid. I know this, but I just share that with you because this knowledge is way beyond than the chakra 1, because you are representing God with the mission. The chakra 1 is only just for you, yourself. You cannot help anyone else. So which one do you want? That is the truth I want to ask you. You want to open the chakra 1? Then on the last day you say, stay in another room, I will transfer energy for you. Then everything that you learned from the past until now, you give it all back to me. So anyone who wish, then I will do it for real. I tell you the truth, I can do it for real. Now today I'm not joking. In the outside the class I joke, but here I'm serious. So I share that with you. My secret about my life, about how come I have this. And as I mentioned about my spirit coming down on earth, who I am and who are you, what are your mission, I will say to you, I will share with you. As I share with you, so then I will go to hiding, but I would never hide. My physical body may be in hiding, but my spirit always next to you. You can contact to me in thought. You can do it, starting from the April 19th and on. So now you can rest assured. So now, I continue on with the questions.
Okay, this is the time of Budapest. Budapest, be ready. If
seminar in St. Louis in 2000, hello, and then I was introduced to you as students as well as Mel Mantra, along with the image of ancestor's brain, related to the aura of God, concentrating on the circle that is the symbol of the space or ether. We attune our mind to the aura on visual channel. Also, every frequency has its sound. Can you tell us more about the sound of the aura? And can you teach us how to use it? Because sound has the closest, is the closest frequency of the pure consciousness, which is the reality. Thank you.
Yes, in head today. Through this question, as you research, you still remember, in August 2000, that was the first Level 7 special that I organized in America. And now, these lectures, I had explained to you and let you train already. You know what is that? First, you meditated, you practice the antenna models and the pyramids. And second, when I give you the prayers, I teach you how to say Cgsmånguyện gặp Hoàng Thượng Đế. You had erased all of that. I have taught you all of the forms until now, the last minute. All of this form I finished so that you can achieve to reach the brain of prehistoric man. I explain to you carefully now. Who is the brain of prehistoric man? Who is the one with the brain of prehistoric man? The prehistoric man, the first one on earth, that in all the planets that they don't have the human. So that one is God. We do not want to say that we are God, but God had authorized us so we can do the task to contribute to help mankind. It doesn't mean that we are God. Don't think like that. Don't be confused by that. Listen carefully now. It is not me, you, all of us will have the same, because God allowed all of us to use. Me, you, that God had experiment. God allowed us to use the God brain to see if we can do it. Because right now, so we can see tradition, family, society, all of this form of destruction thinking process, as I've taught you. So now God will block all of that. God will erase all of that. These four factors, thinking, all of this thinking process that causing stress and distraction, now will be all erased. All these things that cause you to be preoccupied, this distraction, all of this will be erased, so that you will be able to neutralize, to help others. Because you have been in this problem, as you are able to solve it, so you are able to help others to solve. By each day you receive the light of the auras of God into the brain of prehistoric man. That is how I explain for you. Therefore, the scientists, they deny, they know it, but they deny it. I tell you, in all of you, the student, the country that researched the most, perhaps you thought that this country or the other countries, according to my understanding, the country that researched a lot in spirituality, database on science and spirituality. Listen carefully now, I do not say it wrong. Russia is the top country. Do not think that the Chinese or the Vietnamese, they may, but they are all erased. At this last cycle, that we can use the scientific means to to help spirituality. No country can except Russia, and there are other countries, but among the top one that can use scientific technology to block the spirituality, there's no country the one is Russia. I just want to share that with you. Eventually we will have a chance to serve. I explained to you already, we do not have the spirit, But all of our organs, due to the fact that it can reach the sensitivity or the high degree of enlightenment, that is the light of the aura that's shining into you. But I let you train from low to high so you can go over all of these lessons. That's why through the sound, the music, a number of you use music, you use songs, and you through universal energy that I have taught you. I help you so you know how to use through your voice, the sound through your voice. People have a soothing. You are better than others in the past. I don't want to touch that subject to lose time. So through this question, the scientists have proved, but then they still denied, because the one who use science to research spirituality, once they have reached it, they cannot even say it to convince the scientists or the scientific communities. I had mentioned to you many times in the past, in recently the last level 13 plus in Kazan, just about 2 days ago. So now go on. Next question.
Okay, Budapest, second and last question for this time.
You have said that there is no. Do we have to understand that nothing has any importance? But thanks to a special attraction, we are able to manifest something between two people. Some people recognize or acknowledge that they have met somehow in other past lives. And is it possible that those souls can meet, astrally speaking? And under what new conditions will we be able to do that? How can we transform ourselves and change ourselves? And is it possible for those brains, those souls who met some years earlier, to meet back here and to do some work, some kind of a mission here on Earth? And can we do it during a meditation or somewhere else?
Now, I have explained to you already, from the past until now, when you mentioned about the spirit, and there are good, bad spirit, wandering souls, and the unity of the souls. As you know, for the past 3 centuries with the research of science, only on the part of the spirit, the scientists, they mention that is a case of mental problem. But you don't know, besides universal energy that you use, there are so many powerful viruses that can enter the body, that cause a mental problem. That some they can or some they cannot properly research. In the case of the change of the personality, they are talking into different languages that people to make people to understand the concept of the spirit. As I mentioned to you already, all the books that I had mentioned, they are accurate. They are accurate so that you have a chance. The chance here to research on both spiritual and physical path. Now let me give you an example. How come the witchcraft doctor is the best one in the world? How come they cannot control? Let's say, for example, they can control these terrorists. How come they don't just work to bring peace to the world if they're really good? Let's say, for example, the UN in the UN meeting, they just send 10 of the wandering soul, 10 of the good spirit in to control, and everyone can listen and agree, but they cannot do that. If we mention about black magic in the world, there are so many. How come the witchcraft doctors, how come he doesn't work to be the king in his country and then bring riches to his country? He cannot do it. Under different forms, in the different circumstances I mentioned to you. Now at this time, I don't want to erase, but I want to leave the means for all of those who want to use that means to learn, that you continue on to learn on that path. My point here is all of the people in this world, the people who are outside the school of UE or in the UE school, if you wish to learn on that using that means, you can continue on. But then how can we erase all of these forms that are controlling humans by using universal energy. So I give you that example so you can see in similar situation, there are some masters that say that they train this and they train that. But then how come they are being put in jail? They are able to turn themselves to be invisible, but then how come they got shot? So now you mentioned about black magic. So now what do you say about black magic? So now I mentioned to you, all of these are the means that God allowed you as a lesson to learn, as you are now overcome all of that already. And if you have gone through all that already, now we do not know what. As you learn about the brain of prehistoric man, we can solve all of the negative frequencies because you have received the energy of the light of the auras beyond the universe, so that you can help on this earth to all reach wisdom and enlightenment. That is a lesson that we are preparing now, and with our experiment for all of us from now to the end of April. Listen carefully. And eventually with all the black magic, all these witchcraft doctors, if they exist, all these frequencies, you are able to neutralize them all. Just like I explained for you, in the poison, as you transfer energy to the cup of poison, you are able to still to drink. In the case of the virus, the powerful virus, and you can convert that virus to be the positive virus. Supposedly the powerful virus can cause death to others, and now today you have a chance to learn, so that you can experiment on this powerful virus that supposedly that causes death and sickness. You are able to neutralize from this class. So you can see how much you can achieve with your result once you know how to use the brain of prehistoric man. To listen carefully on that. Therefore, in the case of the spirits or the union of the two spirits, I tell you, all these environments, as God had given the environment or the sound, so that you may think that the spirit A, B, C, D, that we base on this spirit. You can base on all of the knowledge from the past until now that you can explain that phenomenon. But now I use the new formula so that we are able to reprogram, so we can help all this negative energy, so they can turn them to be positive energy. The soul of the cells inside the physical body, you are able to control food, nutrients that you are taking in, all of this virus, the strange virus, that you are able to help them with the sufficient energy, just like the soul of the cell inside the body. Therefore, when they enter, they do not cause problem inside the body. That is the case when you eat the food, you don't get food poisoning. I have explained already, so I do not have to explain further. I just want to summarize for you from this moment on, in this class. After this class, the first experiment that is starting from 19th of April, you can apply, and you can see the effect from then to the end of April. Go on to the next question.
During the first day of 13 special, here for us here in Kazan, we heard you telling us that during this seminar you will share more about ultra cells, if you would like or will be able to. Could you please now tell us more about ultra cells, if this is possible? Thank you very much.
Now, I had mentioned already, as you asked, I'll answer for you further. On August 21st, 1988, for the first time I wrote the book, about 20 pages. My purpose, when I mentioned about the ultra cell, that until today, that you officially can use it. The ultra cell, what is it? That is the way that we can control everything according to our will in order to help people. Through the presentation that I mentioned in that book, the level 3 manuals for the School of UE, and when I mentioned about the ultra cell, that now today we can use. I use the term the ultra cell, that is a scientific term. And in the terms of research about the spirituality, meaning that we are using the brain of God. Only on that you have everything. You have all the knowledge that you are able to create all the living creatures 3 billion years ago in this earth. Now with the population increase until now today on earth, according to the current calculation, at least we have 6 billion people on earth. So in 6 billion on earth, if we can help 6 billion on earth with wisdom, if we use the time on earth, we don't know how long it might take. We learn, we go beyond time and space. So with 6 billion on earth, in the future we can train them from now to the end of a decade of the 21st century, meaning at the slowest by the end of the year 2009, I do not want to say 100%, but at least 80-90% of the world population will have wisdom and enlightenment. In the next 6 years, this program and this school, this brain, that is all the design of God. As God want to experiment you and me first. If you cannot do it, you will have to. In reality, when we use the brain of prehistoric man in the past, God only sent one person to create all of the living creatures. It doesn't mean that we can use everything, but then we are authorized that 1,500 of you are able to use to help. So in the future it's not as difficult. That's how I share with you. A number of you who mentioned that you like to learn about the chakra 1, a number of you who want to know about the ultra cell, the soul ultra cell that I had mentioned to you, starting from the level 13 plus, meaning that you are able to control the soul of the cells so that they can benefit. So now you go beyond that. You do not need to convince them or to control them anymore. Now your mission is to help them, and they have to listen to you. They are forced to listen to you because it is for their own benefit. I mentioned about them, these are the soul of the cells inside your physical body. And each of the cycle, as you go through the cycle of controlling them, so now you have a more powerful energy, just like in the past. You learn the level 6 in UE. When a wandering soul entering the body, you have to pray. And when you go on to level 7 and higher, you do not need to pray anymore. How come you have that? Because universal energy can control all of the negative energy to solve the problem. That is to adapt with the new energy. Then how can they get sick? Therefore, in the spiritual world, in the invisible world, that is so lengthy. So I just want to summarize for you in this class. I hope that all of the souls, they are able to return back to God. All the soul, now as they are stuck, they are able to go into evolution to reach the human stage to prepare for a new era with a new human. All of these new changes, that is to help the whole world with wisdom and enlightenment. So now next question.
Thank you very much for the chance to ask the question. I would like to clarify, is it really that we are not allowed to transfer energy to the city of ours? Maybe there was a mistake in translation or something. Could you please clarify this point for us again? Second point, regarding the price, and knowing the price of our mistake, as you have explained us, how costly our mistake it can be, would you please again tell us things that we shouldn't do? For example, you told us that we should not transfer energy. We should transfer energy only once. After second day, only the first day can we transfer energy 3 times, but after that we can transfer energy only once, etc., etc. And I'd also like to hear your advice. How should we act in cases of emergencies, such different technical emergencies, such as breakdown in computers, cars, etc. What can we do to have prophylactic measures for this, and how should we work to resolve problems with families? Thank you very much.
Now let me explain, clarify for you. The translator, they stated right. Now you remember. I just want to repeat once more for you to know. First, that is for you first, for yourself. When you wake up, this is for yourself. You receive the light of the auras of God. You send to your brain. Receive, send, receive, send, receive, send 3 times. And that's done for yourself. That is the basic. That is what you need to do for all of you in this level, the class about the brain of prehistoric man. And then next, on the first day for the healing, you receive the light of the aura of God to send to the earth. On the first day, for the first time, you do it 3 times. Receive, send. And then from the second day and on, whether you send transcendental energy or not, that's no problem, but you do it only once, receive and send, and that's done. Listen carefully. And then afterwards, let's say you do it individually or collectively healing, or for the list, you send 3 times, and then on the second day and on, you send once. For the sick people, individual healing for the sick people, now these are the severe case. For the first day, you receive and send 3 times. And then starting from the second day and on, you receive and send just once. For your country, the same way. Each day you just receive and send once to the country. If, let's say, your country, you have a problem, a disaster, then on the first day, you receive and send 3 times. And then on the second day and on, you receive and send once. So that is how I summarize in short for you about the transcendental energy, so you don't get confused. About the technique of energy transfer, I just mentioned to you. I had mentioned to you already. When you learn about the brain of prehistoric man, there is no regulation or restriction. It is up to you to use. There is no violation. Only in the case that you want to harm people, then it is not like a negative effect on you. But the brain of prehistoric man that you use is getting less and less as you have an intention to harm people. I do not have any rules or regulation or any restriction or any dogma. We have it. We can use a brain of prehistoric man to help all of the people, good or bad. It doesn't mean that we use a brain of prehistoric man, then we only take care of the good people and you don't take care of the bad people. All the people, all of the organization, all of those who are linked to you by faith, you help and help and help them. Then you don't violate anything except only in the case that I had mentioned to you. There's one of the greatest error for us is to harm people, when you have the intention to harm people. Therefore, there is no rules or no guideline. I give you all the freedom of choice, starting when you learn the brain of prehistoric man. Now, on this, a number of you, I tell you the truth, whether you laugh at me or not, I'm still very happy, because the computer system on the website or the email, when you ask, I just mentioned, but I myself, I never touch the computer or check email. I do not know how to receive or to send email. I tell you the truth. You send email to me, you are unfortunate. Unfortunate because in my office, if they receive in office, if there's nobody to print it out, I wouldn't know, because I myself, I cannot, I do not know how to use the computer to check email. I have everything, but people will receive email, but I do not know how to retrieve. But then through your question, you need to prepare. We don't know what time, when. For sure, one day. Listen carefully now. We don't know the time when it would be, but for sure there will be one day. The whole computer system will be disrupted among you yourself. Only us, among us, we can receive. Only you yourself. Those are the one in the class of prehistoric man, brain of prehistoric man, and the headquarters office in USA or in Australia. When all of the computers are stuck, there's no one who can use it. You can receive the light of the aura of God. You send to the computer 3 times. After 5 minutes, then you can send to each other. You can send email or messages to each other. You can receive. Listen carefully. That is the telecommunication and the computer system with the problem. And if, let's say, you have the virus infecting your computer system that causes problem, it is so easy. Now you just turn on your computer. When you know that for sure that your computer is infected by the computer virus, then you receive the light of the auras of God. You send to the computer system once or 3 times. You send 3 times. And then 30 minutes later, you turn on the computer and you can retrieve the data. This is all for your own computer. The computer you use, then you are able to deal with the case of the virus infecting the computer system. That is how I share with you in the case of using the computer. And in the case of emergency, it is difficult or may take a long time to use the computer system. Remember, I always next to you. I will send in your thought, in your own language, regardless of any urgency. The computer system, it might take a long time for you to retrieve. You receive my message directly from me. I would guide you. This is the fastest way. I had mentioned to you already. You, my physical body and my spirit, my physical body is a spirit, and your body is just like my shadow. So I'm always next to you. Because this responsibility, this is mine. For all of you, as you know how to use the brain of prehistoric man, starting from the 19th of April and on. So in the past, I had reminded you. I also advise for you, because this is very high, very subtle. For the people outside, you can help all of the people outside. So for sure you can help people in your family. But I also want to remind you, let's say you have true love to your family members, then you have to truly take care of them. Do not do it in a deceptive way. The deceptive love, meaning that the people in your family that cause problem to you, when you transfer energy to you, and then when they come to you, and then you try to cause problem to them, in this you will lose everything. I just want you ahead of time. This energy from the light of aura of God is to help your family, to solve for your family to have peace. So I have presented to you already. You do not abuse this power, the energy of the light of the aura of God, so that you can cause problem to anyone else. You just know how to help and help and help. Listen carefully. My point here is, inside your family, if let's say you have a disruption or quarrels or fight between the parents, spouse, so instead of sending energy 3 seconds to the chakra 6 of these people, now it's so easy. You don't even have to look at that person. For sure, let's say your husband, you know his face, and your family member, you know their face. You just receive the light of the auras of God. After you receive and you send directly to that person, to that individual, not collectively, to one person. Did you do that 5, 7, 10 days, or perhaps the first day and second days? Then they would change their attitude to you, because you want peace. So once they turn to you, you use this energy, the light of the auras of God, by using the brain of prehistoric man. Then you only know how to help them with love and love. It doesn't mean that you use it for holding grudges or hatred. The moment you use it for grudges, then you use the brain of prehistoric man to use the energy of the auras of God with the intention of hatred or holding grudges or causing pressure to them. Then you are doing it the wrong way. That is how I want to remind you. In this you are not violating anything, but then the way that you can use the brain of prehistoric man, it is reducing, getting less and less. So remember, this is the way that for you to help your physical body to have wisdom, so that you can serve humanity. Now it is time for Australia to ask. Normally he's always quiet, so now this time he asks so many questions. He asked question. I select the question from these doctors that is appropriate for those of you who are to use a brain of prehistoric man. So for that reason, I would read his question so that you can understand. First, this doctor, after April 19th, when we practice the brain of prehistoric man, can we help the desert to change it into a fertile land for farming? Let's say for fruit or wheat, so that we can solve the problem with hungers. So now listen, that is a question from one of the students who have presented, I share with you. Now, in the past, we have to pray in this way or that way to the spirit who are responsible in time and space, because we always believe that from the deities they are the high being. Based on that principle and that concept in the belief system of the human, of me and of all of you, so I base on that concept of the belief system, I help you so that you can find the truth. That means to help us to learn to develop. So now we are already developed. In summary, now anywhere you travel, if you want rain, you can ask for rain. Instead of praying to the deities responsible in the four direction in that region, so for the first time, let's say you are in the desert, Sahara Desert, you receive the light of the auras of God, and you send to the desert 3 times on the first day, and from the second day and on, you continue with the transfer energy. And then in the desert, they will have rain. Listen carefully. I don't want to say that it will be flooding, but my point here is, in the future, starting from the 19th of April on, when you use a brain of prehistoric man, you always, for the first time, you transfer energy 3 times. From the second time and on, the second day and on, you transfer energy once. You are able to solve all the case. However, with your wish or your desire for that region, let's say, for example, in the human world, we are always contradicting. In the class, in the class with 1,500 of you, 500, let's say, half of you want rain, and the other half of you want sun. So that's how I share with you. Whether a small number of you want rain, and a large number of you want sunny, for example, in your region, to see whether the rain comes, whether the rain comes to that land, or is it sunny that comes. Then you should not be surprised how come it's rain. When it rains, there is a way to help. And when it's sunny, that means that one of the way to stop from flooding. So do not ask how come you have or you don't have. As I explained for you, when we transfer energy to one country by using the energy of the light of auras of God to that country, whether it is reduced in terms of the catastrophe, more or less, it is up to that country. We have infinite capacity, but that country, whether they can inherit or receive 100% or 50 or 20% of that energy, it is up to that country. Do not think that you use a brain of prehistoric man, then you receive energy from the light of the auras of God, you can send there and they can receive 100%. Do not think like that. With everything that we do totally. That is our mission to do, and you complete that. Because God allowed you to do it. Whether that person, that people, that country, how much they can inherit, it is up to them. You leave it up to God. That is best. However, with your own self, you see that with your understanding, you just apply according to your brain, whether the result more or less, you leave it up to God to calculate. That is how you can help in the case of many people or a country, for the one who are sick, that they need you to help them to recover, to bring the light of joy to them, with the ability that God had allowed you to use a brain of prehistoric man from God, who allowed you to use the light of the auras of God to help all of the people then on the smallest task. For sure, we don't want to say 100%, but at least we can achieve 90-95%. In the case of your children or grandchildren, similarly, we all love your children and grandchildren. You love your family members. But then, when you transfer energy for them, let's say you try to enhance their intelligence too fast, sometimes they may go into a negative way. In the past, for example, they go into a negative way, they be bad for 3 months. But now it is they are bad only for the 10 days, for example. But when they are bad, don't be too angry at them, because God had allowed you to use the brain of prehistoric man, and as God allowed you to use His brain, And as God can see further than you, God can see better than you. Therefore, don't ask how come, why. So for your children, you want them to be bad for 3 months or 10 days. When they are bad in only 10 days, so you just remain silent and continue on your journey. The first day you receive energy and send 3 times, and the second day on you send energy once. So in summary, for the case that you transfer energy, you should not rush. How come you rush and you say, how come you want the result so fast? Do not ask. More or less if they can receive. Sometimes they need a lesson to learn. If they learn all the good lesson, then when the bad thing comes to them, they may die fast. Listen carefully. When you know how to use the brain of prehistoric man, you want your children to reach wisdom and enlightenment. Everyone wants the same. Similarly, like for me. But let's say when they are stupid, when they are dumb, they're confused only in a few days. It's not for the whole life. So why should you be afraid? You want them to be enlightened for a long time. So you try to give them all the good, but they may learn all of the good lesson, but sometimes they fall into a bad lesson. They fall. So instead of learning lesson all the good, learn all the good, and then they learn to the bad lesson. So it's best you just force them to always do the good, and eventually at the end they leave you. By the time you are sorry, they are gone. So because you try to impose so many things on them. You want them to be intelligent, you want them to be good, they don't want to learn good, but they just want to learn bad. But in the other house, you keep on imposing them to do good. But because of that, so restriction, with so much restriction, they just leave you. So that is my opinion. I share with you a point at a time. So do not be too surprised. How come in a most civilized world, also for a person, sometimes when they seem to be so intelligent, so wise, and suddenly they are so dumb, but these are lessons that God allowed them to learn. God allowed them to learn to increase their level of wisdom. It's not to condemn them to die. So on that, I share with you on that. That is the first question in Melbourne. So now on the second question in Melbourne. This is the second question from Melbourne. A student asked, the light of the auras, how can we change it? It can change the misunderstanding in religion. For example, Saint Paul had mentioned that we are the most stupid one. If without the resurrection of the Christ, now in the Orthodox or in the Christianity, they do not celebrate Easter because the theologian, they cannot prove the resurrection of the Christ and where he lived. And they explain that if Christ resurrected in a divine form, like in the Bible mentioned, Christ resurrected and met the apostles, and that Christ did not eat. What does it mean? He could not eat. That means that after resurrection, Christ did not eat. And in the case of canonizing saints, where are the saints? The saints do not.
Dạ thưa thầy, chúng con cũng ráng hiểu ạ.
It seems like the person who write the question is not as clear. Quoting a little from the Bible, but writing for the master is not clear. So now, let me share with you. As I have explained to you on the first question, so now I just want to share with you on the second question. With everything that we apply from now to the past, we can continue to apply. We do not change. Until when it is needed, there are changes needed, then we can change. So that is the best. So 2,000 years ago, all of the things that left behind by the Christ, by the divine being, that the followers in humankind that we worship, these are the means to help us to develop spiritually and physically. so that we need to kneel down to pray, to thank the deities. Whether it is a good or bad criticism, these are the way to help us to reach wisdom and enlightenment. Depending on each level, each time, each period, these are the means to help the humankind to develop. Therefore, we should not have any comments. We should accept. To accept, it is the best thing for us. With everything that in the human world they still use, we use. When in the human world they do not use it anymore, then at that time it is not as late to change. So we do not be too concerned about this. I explained clearly for you already. At the present time we are preparing, as God had allowed us to use the brain of prehistoric man. Then a step at a time, as I mentioned to you, give you my opinion. Whoever criticizes, say negatively, that is the lesson, a good and bad lesson. And whenever they say good thing to you, and that is a good lesson for you, so you should accept both. Only in that manner you are appropriately use the brain of prehistoric man. If you hear someone in the past that say that now you don't believe in them, it is incorrect. If you not believe, how come in the past you believe and now you don't believe? And you say that in the past that now you know and now I know. You leave it to others to learn. So I explain that point for you. In the case of travel here and there, I tell you in general, all of you, you all focus to one. That is a means to help us to develop, and that's all it is. And in the Bible, whether it is written in this cycle or that cycle, in this period, that period, it has a value to help us to develop. Whether it is the Old or the New Testament, all of the teaching of Christ, all the books left behind by religion, you have to kneel down and thank God to send to us this means for us to learn to develop. And that's all you can think. And that is the best way for you. So now we go on to the next question.
Okay, that's the next question. I think is a turn for Italy.
And we thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. We thank the organization of CHảo Italy, and the group from Portugal also wish to thank you. Master, could you please explain why if we are to be very successful, it will be more difficult to meet with you in the future again? Master, can you think of you in order to harness the energy from God? Can we try to get in touch with you, Master, by our thoughts? Master, for this sexual and spiritual unification technique, are we supposed to send energy to our partner only once? And when? Before the sexual intercourse, during, or after?
Now let me explain for you. Because you want to learn about the class of the brain of prehistoric man, I want to teach you. But then, due to the time we waited for almost 15 years, now I can teach you.
Para poder, mais de 15 anos para poder ensinar agora.
To serve humanity. As you know, when certain things happen to help the humankind, to have true peace, to help the humankind with a life of prosperity, it is so difficult that we can achieve. Then how can I have the time, the free time for you to see me? Just for you alone. If you have the ability like that, I am your master, then you can see how you have the time to see each other. We don't know when and where we're going to meet. But I know one day, not far away, there's one country or one group of people, they would ask me, and once I come there, to help that country and all the countries in the world. And when I help this country in the world, then how do you have a chance to see me? Not just only in the case of going to the class. I'm a Vietnamese. In the past, I used to come to Europe the Vietnamese thought that I'm a Vietnamese, it is easy to see me. But then, to see me, they can only see me on television. They could not see me in person, only a very rare case. In the previous years, when I traveled to Thailand, similarly, the Vietnamese from Vietnam, they came to Thailand to learn. They thought that I traveled to many countries. I have seen it is easy to see me abroad, but then they could not. For the Vietnamese from Vietnam, they came to Thailand to see me. All they can do is just wave their hand to greet me. Maybe they can greet me on the way that I go up to the audience, or on the way I go out of the conference room. That is, I'm still present right here. You have a chance to see me. Sometimes you don't even have time to see me. But when all of these things happen, the events happen, and the humankind, they need all of us, need you and me, then the way that we can see each other is so difficult, because there are so many things to do ahead of us. In the human world, they have done so many things, so many centuries, they could not even accomplish. But you, me, all of us, as we receive from the deities, only in 6 months, 6 years, only in 6 years, how come it is enough to help the humankind? How can it be enough to meet the demands? If we can do it, and I know for sure it is the brain of THspodic man that we can use, so that in reality we are representing God. In reality, we are representing God at this time, in the shortest time, that we are able to achieve the goal in the most successful way. That is the reason why you, me, we would have difficulty to see each other. Only by fate or destiny we are able to see each other. That is on the first part I want to share with you. On the second part, and now I explained to you already, from the April 19th to the future, anytime you are the shadow, you are like the physical, I am your shadow. So anywhere, I am right next to you. Any situation that you face. In the class, only in 3-day class, I'm talking in Vietnamese, translated into too many languages. And when you communicate with me, I will answer in your own language. And as you requested, I would talk to you. And when you try to communicate with me, I'm able to understand you. Because when you hear by sound in the thought, out in space, then I can hear all the languages in thought. And I'm able to talk to you in any languages in the thought. So starting from April 19th, if you are free, if it is needed, the point that causes you to have easy communication with me, it is so easy. First, you receive the light of the auras of God into your brain 3 times. Remember, that is for you. And then if you want to communicate with me, you send 3 times by the energy that you receive, you send to me 3 times. Then I'm right next to you. I will give you my opinion and help you with ideas. That is how you want to communicate with me. Let's say in the morning you are busy with your work, you don't have the free time. At any time that you need me, when you need to communicate with me, you receive the energy of the light of auras from God 3 times. You send to me 3 times into my chakra 6. Then you can receive the message that I sent to you to give you my opinions. So that's how I share with you. A number of you who write in the letters up here with the question, I want to share with you these 2 points. First, in the case of spiritual sexual unification between the man and the woman, when you are in this level, together in this level, you would be able, both of you in the same levels, you are able to improve your capacity to use the brain. Now listen carefully. Let's say you are in the brain of prehistoric man class, your spouse are only in the level 13 plus. In the case that they can only help you with health, they cannot help you to improve your capacity of using the brain of prehistoric man. If you are in the class of the brain prehistoric man, you can help your spouse who are in a low level, and your spouse cannot help you any. You can only send, but you are not tired for that reason. Let's say a couple of you who are in the same level in this class. So the husband received the energy of the light of the auras, and you send to the wife, and the wife sent to the husband. But if, let's say, the wife is only the level 13 plus, then she received the energy of the light of the star sent to you. So sending to you like that, as the energy that we have already covered the energy, all the energy, so you can just give and you cannot receive. So the brain of Pacific man, for you to use it, if both of you are in the same levels, you will be able to achieve 100%. But if, let's say, one of you, your spouse is in the lower level, then you are not able to receive anything. You just give. Listen carefully. A number of you do not think that you can inherit the 50%, just like your spouse gives you 50%, and you try. You try to do that one more time so that you can inherit 50% more, because you asked like this. That's why I answer for you. You think like that. Supposedly you don't have any sexual unification, and slowly you would be departed. Because I do not know someone who asked here. You mentioned that we reach the sexual unification to be able to protect our brain. Just like in the morning, you receive the light of the energy of the aura of God. With the light of the energy of God, let's say both the husband and wife are together, then you are able to help to increase, to enhance the way you use the brain of a strict man to improve. Now you already, supposedly you are in a high level, but you are able to improve. You only do that once before the intercourse. In parallel to that, I understand that, as I taught in the level 13 plus, especially for those of you who have a problem with impotency, so you can practice. Let's say the husband sent to the wife and the wife sent to the husband the energy. So perhaps after a few or up to 7 times you have the intercourse, you will be able to solve the problem with impotency. Let's say the first time you attempt sending energy, you are able to do the energy transfer. You may be able to help your spouse to recover from that problem of impotency. But in the case, let's say one of you who is in this level, you only can send to the energy to your spouse. And let's say your spouse in a lower level, the level 13 plus, he or she can send the energy from the light of the star to help you. I hope that you are able to solve in the case of impotency, to help you so you can use better the brain of prehistoric man. That is through this question I want to share with you, so that you can rest assured to apply with the right technique, so you are able to help to improve your brain further, so you are able to help more humanity. Next question.
Hello, I have one question, since you said now we can ask everything. And this question is about the number of times we use something. Like, for example, in level 4, you use... for example, when we were in level 4, you used to tell us to breathe 3 times and ask the other person to breathe 3 times before we started something. Then in the last level, we had to breathe once and give out 3 times, twice, and then 4 times. And now you're saying, for example, when we want to begin to start the energy, we do 3 times. Is there a key opening to the universal energy by breathing? Is there a code we are using? Is a hidden code that we get connected? Or why is this number 3 getting repeated all the time? Thank you.
Now, first of all, I see this student who asked the question from Iran, who come to Italy to learn. This student who brought a rug from Iran to Sri Lanka to give me, and this rug from Sri Lanka I brought back to Australia. At this moment, this rug that this Iranian student had gave me, who gave me now this rug, I place it on the altar of the ancestor in Australia. Perhaps you come there, you see it, you'll be so very glad. So when this student asked, I had greeted this student because I recognize you and a number of you, the student from Iran who come to Italy. So now to this question, the number that is the man-made. But then, as you know, each time when I ask you to do the breathing, the 3-step breathing protocol, it is to help you in the field of medicine, to help on the nervous system inside of your body to reach the order state, the cell to reach the order state, for the spirit to be stabilized. That is the soul of the cells, as I mentioned to you, as I guide you in the level 13 plus. Now, you know what it is, the 3 times when your brain, you have the infinite capacity, so that you can use your brain to help all of the people. That is the reason that I want you each day, you need to receive. And in the field, to help for the earth, for the collective list, for the severe sickness, each time when you do that, first time on this earth, there are many countries, there are many group of people, there are many continents that they have the more responsible spirit there. They will increase the energy so that they can protect their people, to help their country. The same case with the sick people. When I advise for you for the severe case that you transfer energy like that, you receive energy 3 times you send, so that it is you are able to neutralize all of the severe problem, especially like in the case of the handicap. Perhaps you are able to help them to improve, so you are able to help them to adapt to the energy, very powerful energy. So each day as you continue to help them, they are able to slowly recover from their sickness. I cannot confirm that it is 100%, but I hope with everything that I have used the brain of prehistoric man that God had revealed to me. I had experimented on the sick people directly or indirectly, or I telephoned them. I rarely use the brain of prehistoric man for treatment. Sometimes I learn, I experiment. When I experiment, I see the positive result, that the number of you that I instantly cure, that is by great fortune for you. More or less your spirit, you have the mission in the future. Due to the fact that you have your responsibility that I experiment, it doesn't mean that you send the list to me that I would experiment. But I do not choose. I just look at the photographs, I look at the names, I look at the lists, and I choose 2, 5, or 7 of you so that I can experiment using the technique of the brain of prehistoric man, starting from the time when I learned from the deities. These are a number of you who are fortunate that you are able to recover fast, or sometimes you are cured. That is my own experiment that I want to share with you, so that you and me will have the chance to serve humanity starting from the 19th of April. That is all of you. So I explain for you, in the case of numbers, that is the only man-made. In the past I have explained already, I do not want to waste time. If you want to reach that unity, there are the 3, the Trinity, that is only contained in the energy of the sun, the stars, in the universe. We go one step further beyond the universe. It is beyond the universe, the light of the auras, that I want you to understand further. That is to cover this universe. It doesn't mean that this energy is inside the universe. God created the universe. It doesn't mean that the universe can create God. That is how I want to give you my opinion, to guide you clearly, so you don't get confused, so you can recognize, so you know why. For us, we use a brain of prehistoric man, that we have seen the result now and in the future. And our purpose is to help humanity to be just like us, that God had trusted and gave us this responsibility, and we are the pioneer to go on first on this step.
Goedemiddag, Meester Dang.
Good afternoon, Master Dang. I feel myself very happy and privileged that I can be here. I have a question about something you told this morning. It is about sending of the energy of the aura of God. You told us that we shouldn't do that for a long time, too long, because that would be dangerous for ourselves. We could become tired of that, exhausted. I don't really understand this, because maybe I don't understand what the light of the aura of God is, but for myself I understood that that is nothing else than the divine love. And I cannot imagine very well how it is possible that this divine love, this harmless energy that you spoke about, could harm us in any way and make us exhausted if we give it to others. Maybe we give too much. Maybe it is excessive, but how can it harm if it is in fact a harmless energy?
Now let me explain for you all of the terminology, the books that I mention, using the languages of the author. In a way, they are putting you to sleep. Even though we know God have unconditional love to all the creatures, but to love all the creatures, but do the creatures deserve that love, or do they deny the love? You have to understand this point. Therefore, when the love that you send to the hand of these people, they do not accept it and they throw it back to you, then there is no effect in that. But let's say that person needs only 2 seconds, and you send 10 seconds. They keep on throwing all back to you. You don't have the capacity to store all the one that they would throw right back to you. You do not lose your energy. But let's say you send to them, but then they do not accept. If they accept, then it's better for you. But since they don't accept, that is a reason I want you to use only in 2 seconds, and in the future it's not like 2 or 5 seconds. You can try to do so that in the future you can use the energy more powerful in a shorter time. The energy is abundant the time I gave it to you, but you need to remember that the energy from the light of auras of God is not so easy for us to use, because it is belong to the deities, not for the human, not man-made. Listen carefully now. But then, God taught me, and I teach you for the past 13 years, 14 years, almost 15 years of teaching. But in 15 years of teaching, all of you learn up to the highest level now. Starting when you come to learn until now, you almost learn for 15 years. You calculate how many hours of learning that you have gone through. How many days of learning have you gone through? At most, perhaps, you learn the maximum of 2 months. Calculate all the days of learning, actually learning. I learned for more than 30 years. I learned for you already. Always I'm right next to you to help you with everything, all the difficulties that you face. Only in that manner you think. Whether you do right or wrong, I know. I love all of the people. You love all of the people. But then do these people receive your love, receive the love that I send? Including the one that you come often help you, and they turn around and put you in jail. These are the cases that in the previous seminar I had mentioned to you. I do not want to repeat it again. Christ was here to help mankind. They knew that Christ was here to help mankind. They still killed the Christ. I just want to prove that to you, so we should not be too confused. That we help to reach to help these people. It's not to help them that we fail. So it is best not to help. That is a reason I want to share with you. This is not like a rules or guideline. I just want to help you so that you can do it faster and faster. That you do it faster with the success. It doesn't mean that you do it faster so that you have free time to enjoy. I understand for you. As you want to help people, you have learned UE in many levels already. From the lower levels, you apply according to the level that you learn. And when you are still confused between the topics of the lower levels and the higher levels, you will not be able to achieve your objective successfully. I just want to give a minute to mention about that for you. Let's say you want to help people, you love people, but you need to know how to help them. Let's say you don't have the capacity, how can you help them? How can you truly help them? Perhaps unintentionally you are not able to help them. So that is the reason I want to share with you. I give you my opinion so you can apply. You are able to do it successfully for yourself and for others. In parallel to that, in this class, even though it is not in the program, all of you who are acupuncturists, when you have the license to practice acupuncture, I know in this class, most of you, many of you who practice acupuncture, you always use 3 needles in the triangular diagram in the past. Before you use a needle, if let's say this is the first person of the day, the first day, you apply the technique that I teach you, you apply the brain of preparation man, and you do the just like the technique that you do in the past. Perhaps by the second time when you apply, the patient is cured. Remember, you don't need to use so many needles, just the 3 needles. Just puncture about 2 millimeter in depth. That's good enough. So that is a way to help you to reduce the time, and then you are able to help them more effectively. And I want to elaborate further through the question about the spiritual sexual unification. You remember whether your husband or your wife, unintentional or intentional, you think of others, you should erase it. I hope that 100%, or at least 95 to 98% between the man and the woman when you are having the intercourse, regardless whether it is the husband or the wife, unintentional or intentional, thinking of the other people, it would cause a negative effect. Then it is not beneficial for you in the practice of spiritual sexual unification. Sometimes you may not feel healthy. You don't say that how come you are not healthy because of the fact that you think of your former lovers. That's my point. When you are practicing spiritual sexual unification, you are using the light of the auras of God, so that it is for yourself, not for others. Listen carefully. If unintentionally you think of others, you think of your former lovers, that is your own fault, your own problem. Then it is on your problem. It doesn't help you or doesn't help your spouse. So that is how I share with you. I just want to elaborate that point for you. So you always, with everything that we learn, with everything that you receive, that is for helping mankind. It is for yourself to benefit, not for others. Listen carefully. Now go on to the next question.
با سلام خدمت استاد دنگ. با سلام خدمت استاد دنگ عزیز. سوالی داشتم. آیا اگر خواستیم می توانیم مانند لول گذشته قبل از تمریناتمون از تنفس 10 تایی همچنان استفاده کنیم؟ متشکرم.
Do you have me? Dear Master Dang, my question is could we still use the 10 protocol breathing technique that you gave it to us during the previous seminar, can we use this before we do the practicing, before transferring energy? Thank you. Is okay? Clear?
Now you listen carefully. From the beginning of this class, all of you are using don't learn the technique of the past. This now you leave them all behind. First, you don't need to pray. Who do you pray now? Who do you pray now? It doesn't mean that we don't believe in God. It doesn't mean that we don't believe in the deities. Now, who do you pray to? The brain. This brain is a brain of God who gave it to you to use. Now, who do you pray to now? It is not yours. It is not mine. It is not for us. Now you already have it. You just use. So you can use. So there's no such thing as the breathing protocol. All of the technique of the past you leave behind. So now you use a brain of prehistoric man. Listen carefully. So this question is so simple and short. I just want to elaborate further for you because a number of you in Australia is about 250. That is more than the student in Hungary and in Russia. However, this is a lesson. I just want to help you with the brain of prehistoric man. A number of you who are the elderly, and a number of you who are so young, who do not like, in the term of the sexual relationship. But this is a lesson for us to prove that the brain of prehistoric man, that is to use all the people to help you to reach wisdom and enlightenment. We have this, then others can have it just like us. The majority of you in Asia, as well as in Europe, in summary all of the countries, for those of you, some of you, due to the relationship between the man and woman in your family, between you and your spouse, that is how you express your love. But now, a number of you who thought that in the older age you want to follow the spiritual path, or sometime due to your old age you are losing your ability, let's say in the case of impotency, so you can use the light of the auras of God and send to your spouse. This is the case of both of you are in the same level. You can try it. Let's say the first time you cannot, second maybe in a few times you are able to recover your strength. You can do that so that you are able to stimulate to use a brain of prehistoric man so that you can teach others. Listen carefully. It is not that for you to enjoy or lead a life of pleasure. If you think that you can use the brain of prehistoric man for pleasure, this is the greatest error, the error for you. You would not be able to use appropriately the brain of prehistoric man. It is not effective. Remember, I clarify for you, so you have the opportunity. It doesn't mean that you learn this and I encourage you that you have to do this and do that. No. You can do this so that in the future you can help other people. Because this is a lesson that I went through, so you have to go through. As I had learned for 30 years and you learn with me, but then how can you use the brain of prehistoric man? In your physical body you see the changes. How can you, the man you can reach to the state of 12-year-old boy, or for the woman, the 13-year-old girl. That is the most powerful for the 12-year-old boy or the 13-year-old girl. So that is the status. My point here is inside your body, the organs inside of your body, the function inside your body. And the brain, we don't have to think about it, but each organ inside your body. Why? So that you can hold the aging process and eliminate from the sickness. You can prolong your lifespan so you can serve humanity. I hope that if I have it, then in the future all of you will have it just like me. Because I, as God had to reveal to me, and I accept that everything that I learned I share with you. And whether you can do it more or less, you can do it long or short, that is up to you. But I hope that with everything that I can do it, you would do it, you will be able to achieve just like me. My point here is, from death to life, listen carefully on this. From death, return back to life. From the elderly person, from the old age, you return back to the young. Through my lecture today, That is in the case of my life. The details, perhaps in the future, maybe this year or in the year 2005, you will see. You will know about me, inside my body, myself, my life. If I have it, then eventually you have it. It doesn't mean that I have it and you don't. That is how I want to elaborate for you. So now you continue on with the next question.
Okay, Peter, it's your turn.
I will speak, Master Dan. Drag Master, како прво би сакал да се заблагодарам за вашата дозвола да присуствуваме овде и би сакал во името на новиот центар во Србија и Црна Гора да поставам некои питања за учењето за трето и четврто ниво. Како прво на трето и четврто ниво.
At first, I would like, I'm from Macedonia, but I'm working in Serbia and Montenegro, and first I would like to thanks about your permission to be here, to be present here, and I would like to pose you some questions about teaching level 3 and 4 in Serbia and Montenegro.
И истото се однесува и за сите други луѓе кои што учат ниво 3 и 4 или кои што планираат да учат ниво 4.
The same question will be for the other students who will teach level 3 and 4 and who will learn level 3 and 4 in other countries in the world. I would like to ask you,
во брошурата за ниво 3 пишува за многу работи кои што вие спомнавте.
In level 3 manual, there are level 3 manual many things, as you said,
кои што се надвор од нашата имагинација.
which are out of our imagination.
Дали ние сега после ова ниво ќе можеме да ги примениме тие работи или да кажем да гледаме аури на луѓе?
Is it possible to use that possibility, for example, which is right in manual of level 3, for example, to see some hours of the people or to read the thoughts of the people?
И како тоа да го направиме?
And how we can do it?
На ниво 4 учевме за учиме и ги учиме другите за фреската на божествената нут.
In level 4, we are teaching others about the fresco of Godness Nut.
Дали сите работи, сите средства или фрески и истории кои што ги знаеме се лажни средства со кои ние не водевте до овој последен чекор?
Is it true that all the fresco stories about Godness Nut is false meaning to help us to find the truth?
Или постои сепак нешто во она што кажавте дека од 36 шифри, 36 точни, и дали сега
Or there is true that between 36 secret codes right down of the Godness Nut is 30 are false, but 6 is real. And can you tell us about the 6 real codes in the fresco of Godness Nut? That is the first question. Now there is second question. I would like to ask you what we have to do in the case of catastrophe. About the use of logos we have sent to the other students on the lowest levels. And in the end, I would like to ask you the question which is appear between many students here. Who is Master Dan? Can you tell us who are you? Thank you.
Now, in the case of teaching, as you know, in the past, from all the countries, since you don't have the organization from one country to another, from one continent to another, so in recent years, I had authorized a number of you, like in Europe, there is Dr. Dick. For Eastern Europe, you have Vani. So I do not control all of the situation. However, Vani or Dr. Dick, as for you travel here and there, you can teach. You send, and with the recommendation from these people, then I would agree. Since I do not know what you do in your region, because the number of students had increased greatly, and there are more and more students. As you can see, every 2 weeks, Vani had a connection for the level 3 and level 4. Every 2 weeks with the connection, every 2 weeks, at least 40 to 60 connections to the phone. And once Vani had go through the connection with the 60 line, and I'm the last one I hear, and then I open chakras, or I transfer energy for you in the level 4. So in the case of, in each country, anywhere that you need, you can send your request to Vani, and then Vani, depend on his recommendation, or Dr. Dick, depending on the recommendation, I would agree. Just like in Paris, like in France, I agree to let Jacquemin. However, Jacquemin will make a recommendation for me who can teach level 3, 4, 5, 5, 1 in Paris, so that they can work with Jacquemin. Once I receive that recommendation, I would agree. So listen carefully. That is, I have authorized to these people who are responsible, and based on their recommendation, these people, then I would make a decision to help you with the teaching. Now, as you can see, you are only in the level 5.1. You have been and you continue to use so many things that you have learned in the past, that you have seen the result already until now today, which is the nearest. Recently, you just passed the level 13 plus. If in the past you learned the level 13 plus for several months ago, for sure you were able to control the soul of the cells in the sick people in a collective way, and in that you are able to bring the benefits for these people. Starting from the time I taught you in the level 13 plus, you have been and you continue to apply. It is beyond the imagination of the human. And then recently, in the level 5.1, according you are able to send control the flow of universal energy with our will. It is beyond man's imagination. The scientists, they cannot do it. Remember, I just want to explain for you. So now you are in the highest level of UE. In this class, you are able to use the deities allow you to use the brain of prehistoric man. You are increasing your ability. Now you are in the class. You are not able to apply. You don't see the result yet until on the April 19th and beyond. With all of the situation I mentioned to you, starting from April 19th, meaning after this class, the class ends on the 18th. On the 19th of April, you can apply using the brain of prehistoric man. Now until the 19th, before the 19th, all of the case that you apply, you are still using the technique from the level 13 plus that you learn. Listen carefully on this. I also advise for you, never try to attempt to use a brain of prehistoric man. That for the past 3 hours, a student had asked me for permission to experiment. I do not allow you to. The way that you can practice, do not rush. You have to learn all the lesson. I transfer energy to you. I explain for you. Through your questions, through the experience I learned from the deities I share with you, and then afterwards you can apply. In summary, regardless of any situation, right now you need to apply the technique of level 13 plus until the 19th of April, that you can use the brain of prehistoric man. In the case of the code from the goddess Nut, these are the real codes. But then, for the recent years, before September 11 in the year 2001, everything in the world has totally changed since then. Therefore, now it is getting shorter, and in humankind the degree of suffering is more. If with the time that I teach you, if the time that I spend to teach you the code of the goddess Nut, or with the presence of goddess Nut, with that energy, the time it is slow. So that's why I go the shortcut, meaning I teach you in a shortcut. In the level 11, 12, and 13, I cut short and teach you. I send the messages to you so that to halt the problem that may happen after September 11. There are so many things that happened. This situation, as I mentioned to you, I have shared with you in the previous seminars. I do not want to waste time to tell you this story again. Starting in America with the terrorist attack, from then until now, there are so many events that happen on earth. Me, I am fortunate. I pray to the deities. I I send a message to you so that we have the opportunity to send the energy out to halt this event that may happen to many countries in particular or on earth in general, so that we are able to overcome some of this catastrophe in the recent years. That is the reason why I do not teach about these codes. We go beyond this already. Only in that manner we have sufficient ability to help this world with the threat. Right now with the suffering, we are trying to reduce the suffering. That is how I share with you. It doesn't mean that is the mean, that is the real code. The lesson after I left Egypt in July 1991, so that I can carry out and design the pyramids and taught you in the higher levels in UAE, and with the secret codes in one form or another. That is to prove to you so you can learn. And this is a lesson. Now you have overcome all of this. This means you have gone through, you have developed already. So now here, you are here in this 4 locations, Australia, Italy, Hungary, and Russia. In these 4 locations, that we have the opportunity that we officially use the brain of prehistoric man from the deities who revealed to us. I explained for you already. In the case of catastrophe, you listen carefully. Any country in the world, when there is a disaster, the first thing, on the first day, you receive the light of the auras of God. You send to that country with the disaster 3 times. Receive and send, you do it 3 times. And then from the second day on, you just receive and send once. So that you are able to reduce, in the case of the wars or the disasters, let's say starting from the 19th, you can practice to see where you're going to want to send first, where it is needed, and you think ahead. So in general, I just want to advise for you, starting from the 19th, beside the fact that you can take care of yourself and the earth, or take care of your own country. These are the 3 or 4 points that I want to remind you. First, to take care of yourself, sending energy to you. Second, for the earth. Third, for your country. Fourth, for the collective list. These are the 4 primary points that you need to do it. And then for the rest, depending on how you can do it on a daily basis. So that is how I share with you. And as you want to know who I am, on this question for the past 13 years, 14 years, many had asked. From the time I start to teach UAE until now, today, almost 15 years. You want to know who I am? I have told you already, for sure, at the end of the class, on the last day, I would officially tell you why my spirit is down here. What is the purpose? God sent me down here. From the past until now, you had asked, each time you ask about my life, I try to go on to the next, to a different subject. But now I will reveal to you on my personal self, about my life, my career, my family. I will tell you everything in detail. It is written in the book that I already published. That was on the 18th of April. For those of you who are now in Australia, you will receive it first. Eventually, I will send to all of you in all of the centers. So you have the opportunity to know really about my life in the human form, through my journey from the time of childhood until the time I reach adult stage, and how I learned through the journey to become a master. And I will reveal to you in reality. As I mentioned to you already, with everything that you use the brain of prehistoric man, the better you can use, the faster you can use, the more you can contribute, then you will have the opportunity to see me less. And once I reveal about my life, my spirit, that God has sent me down, then it is difficult for you to see me. It doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. But then due to the fate and destiny, as you know it already, then by fate and destiny you may see me easily. If not by fate and destiny, it is difficult to see me. Just like for the past few days, I have promised to a number of you in Russia, who knows, in the year 2005, this is to celebrate the 1,000-year anniversary in Kazan. Who knows, I may come there to visit all of you there. So that to bring the joy for you and the opportunity for you from the past until now, from the time you learn the level 1 to the level 13 plus, you did not see me. I hope that on that day, on that month, on that year, in the year 2005, if by great fortune in Kazan, in Russia, that is your celebration of 1,000 years. Perhaps on that day in the year 2005, I come there to see you. I just hope that whether I can go or not, it is up to the decision of God. All of the things that I have done from the past until now, it is up to God to decide. But my secret, I would reveal to you about my secret on the last day of the class. So now go on to the next question.
I came with a group of people, and I work in a group of people, and they're used, that group of people, the people from that group are used to see me touch them when I do transfers. But now that I'm attending this course, can I still put my hands on the people I treat, or should I just leave my hands off? Because now, if I don't keep doing that, if I do not keep doing that, they might be afraid that I'm not wanting to treat them anymore. Thank you, Master.
So now let me share with you, in the case of placing hand, you try to limit to the maximum. Remember, you try to limit to the maximum. By the light of the auras, you are using the brain of prehistoric man. The brain of prehistoric man here is God allow you to use. In the past, you use your own human brain in the human flesh, using your own self. Now, due to the fact that they are so used to it, that you place your hand on them and you greet them by holding hands. But before you do that, let's say in the group, when you before you touch them, you receive the light of auras of God and you send to them, and then afterwards you can touch them and or you can shake hands with them. There's no problem. In the case of treatment, similarly, in the case of treatment, you receive the light of auras of God. You send to the patient. You have to you place your hand. In the past, you place the hand on them and then you control the soul of the cell. That is take a long time. So now you don't have to do that. You place your hand, and then whether they are surprised or not, how come in the past you do it for long, now it is so short? Now you say that is very powerful energy. If you leave it long, you don't have to say anything. Now you don't have to say anything. You just place on your hand transfer energy, and that's done. So now, in the case of the UE, the large UE family, it is easy for you to explain. But for others outside the school, you just say whether they listen to you. If they listen to you, it's good. If not, it is still good. Because whether you give a lengthy explanation, they do not know. No matter how you explain to them, they don't understand. So they don't know anyway. So to avoid losing the time, you don't have to explain. When they ask about that, if they are not in the UE school, you can go to a different subject, and then it's better for you. So now go on next question.
Kazan, it is your turn. First question of Kazan.
Дорогой мой, скажите, пожалуйста, вот вы нам дали письмо, передачу энергии, передавать энергию на эмблемы, которые мы, значит, рекомендовали, вернее, вы тоже нам порекомендовали, а мы своим студентам порекомендовали купить, чтобы они могли эти эмблемы солнышек, наши эмблемы, изображение солнышка приклеить на контейнеры с продуктами, водой. Как нам передавать на них энергию? Как можем ли мы передавать энергию на реку?
Dear Master, a few questions from the student in Kazan. Could you please specify or tell us for how many days can we transfer energy individually or collectively? Meaning that how many days for how many days can we continue transferring energy to students to whom we transfer energy individually. To whom do we transfer energy, and for how long can we continue transferring energy to the people whom we have included to our collective list? That's first. Second, dear master, are there any changes in the way should we transfer energy to the children to increase their intelligence? Third question, dear master, how should we transfer energy to the sons that we give to the students to put in the house or to give their children? Honestly, didn't understand much the logic of this question. The fourth one, at this level, how would we have to transfer energy to this sun logos with the around the suns with logo inside that you have advised us to buy, or the students of Universal Energy said you can buy and stick to the containers. How would we have to transfer energy to them in case of emergency? And the third one, the fifth one, I guess, whether we can transfer energy to rivers and the lakes, etc. at this level. Thank you very much.
Câu hỏi sau cùng, chúng con có thể nào áp dụng công thức để truyền điện cho những cái sông, những cái hồ để có nước như là giải tỏa được những bất cập nước dơ hay không? Để truyền điện vào sông và hồ. Now you listen carefully. In the current condition of the earth, we are being threatened. Now I teach you so that you can use the brain of prehistoric man. But for us, we can prepare anytime. It is so easy. It is not as easy for us. It is so difficult. Therefore, the most important part is you need to protect. I keep on reminding you. First, you take care of your brain of prehistoric brain that God had given to you, to transfer energy to you. Second, you protect your family, meaning all of the people in your family from infancy to the most elder. Each day, the first day you transfer energy 3 times, and then from the second day on you transfer energy once, so that all of your family members, they have the immune system. They are able to deal with the virus anytime when it happens, with the contamination, with the food, the air. So for that reason, you have to take care of your family members constantly. Now for those who request for the patient, and you do that for a maximum of 7 days, especially for the terminal ill, then you can continue. I hope that for those the handicap, first of all, I'm reminding you, especially for those who are on a wheelchair, due to the injuries, perhaps you can transfer energy for 3-4 weeks. Now in the normal sickness, the maximum, as you do the healing, the maximum of 7 days, and then that's done for that person or that list. And then when they request to continue, and then you continue. So except only in the case of the terminal or the severe case. In the severe case, you put in a separate list that you can do that constantly. My point here is these people who are handicapped, the cancer patient, or the one with the severe injury, that you don't have to apply on the local area anymore. You just receive energy of the aura of God, and you send energy to all of these people on your list. For a normal sickness, you just treat for 1 week. That is done. Now you don't have to improve for the children with intelligence. So now, each day, you transfer energy to your family members, your children and grandchildren. However, that is the list that you constantly transfer energy. If you have your relatives, you put all their names, the children in your family, you put all their names in your list. Listen carefully, so that you can apply correctly to help others. Now, in the case of the son, you also don't have to worry, because I transfer energy to them anymore. You don't have to do that anymore. For the case of water, I advise for you. Anywhere you have the water you store in the home that you can transfer energy. You don't have to transfer energy to the lake or to the river. The lake or the river, they have infinite constant flow of water. Only the water, any form of water that you store, when you take out and you store, then you can transfer energy. Then there's no problem with that. That is in the case of emergency in the future. If from the lakes or the river they are contaminated, and with the air contamination, that the people who drink the water, they get poisoned. And all that, these are the waters. When you take into a container, then in the container you can transfer energy. You can neutralize this toxin, and you can drink it without any problem. So you listen carefully on that. I want to share with all of you. This is the first time, and also this is by great fortune that we are very fortunate. God allowed us to use the brain of prehistoric man, that in the human world, according to my understanding, as I learned the lesson from the deities, it never existed on earth for billions of years until now today. So that I keep remind you, with everything that you have learned, you try your best to carry out. I also hope that on the first day of the class, you have the opportunity to think about the topics, and then you are able to use the brain of prehistoric man when you see the effect. What is it for? What is the purpose? So all of this you prepare, so you can ask questions. Then I can share further for you. Only in that manner you are able to learn and grasp more. We are very fortunate that you can come to the class today. I hope that you try to learn, and with everything that I have taught you, perhaps you can take notes, because this is going to be very, very valuable documents. I hope that from Australia, all of you, there are many of you, you have the videotape. In the past, the videotape I restrict the distribution, so now I allow you, because this is very valuable in the future for the humankind. So you can use it as the documents in the future. Each of you in Australia or in many countries, you have the chance to contribute. So now we end the first day of the class, and I will see you tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, NHempNG asked Vani, perhaps in 11, so that is it 3 o'clock tomorrow we end the class, is it right? So tomorrow, do we end the class at 3 o'clock, is it correct? So tomorrow we end the class at 3. So tomorrow we end the class half an hour. Is it? Because Peter has to move the hall. Peter has to move the hall.
Thưa thầy, tại vì ngày mai đó cái phòng ở đây đó chúng con phải rời trước lúc 3 giờ vì họ cần vào việc khác ạ. Vì lý do đó nên chúng con phải xin chấm dứt nửa tiếng trước, thưa thầy, chỉ có một mình ngày mai thôi ạ.
Rồi thôi được rồi mình thôi.
Dạ.
Được rồi, thôi bye bye đi.
Dạ, thế chúng con xin kính chào thầy ạ.
Rồi.
S'il vous plaît, vous devez sortir un peu